Hello. You know, Mark Carney. Mark Carney had the mandate of heaven, or still has the mandate of heaven now. The mandate of heaven is being maintained. That's all I gotta say. That's crazy. Mandate of heaven is being maintained. Ugh. Electric cables, huh? Electrical fucking cables. My greatest adversary. My greatest enemy. Okay. We got the chlorine, we got this going. Vanadium more time. Hmm. What's up, Corvo? Pointing? That's kind of rude. Ugh. Hmm. Right. The only thing that gives us any fuel value is methane. Okay. Okay, so start here. It's a bunch of calciners. Calciners with 2 outputs, eh? Fun. No need to do a bunch of stupid fuck shits. This is regular concentrate. So we make the concentrate. 19 per second. What's our rate for mining this shit? 380? We can make quite a lot of this stuff then. Do 5 seconds. Lovely. concentrate. Done. Ferrovanadium. Same thing, but with just the concentrate. Lovely. Well, that's vanadium extraction done. Sulfuric acid with vanadium oxide catalyst. So we get sulfuric acid. I'm assuming we will not be using any normal chemical processes, because what, we need petroleum to get to sulfur and plastic, and we have ways to get around that as is. We don't need to do that. Vanadium dust gets quicklime. Okay. Oxide catalyst, sodium hydroxide, and plates. So this ferrovanadium doesn't really do anything for me at the moment. Yeah, it goes into steel. We don't need to make this stuff quite yet. Gas balloons. Just a gear wheel and some steel plate. Lovely. Excuse me. And that's 1.2 gigawatts of power. Lovely. Okay, now that we have vanadium concentrate, we need sulfuric acid. Only way to get sulfuric acid is from vanadium oxide catalysts, I believe. Yes. We need plastic, vanadium oxide, and hydrogen. Oh, that's very annoying. We need the oxide catalyst to make the sulfuric acid, but we need the sulfuric acid to make the oxide catalyst. Bastards, huh? That's a fun one. But for now, we have to do the whole process with the ethylene. Okay, this is gonna be wacky, I know this. So first is chloromethane. Okay. Jesus. What's up, Sacrificial Milf? Thanks for the resub. 7 months. It's already been 7 months. It's been that long. Oh, God. Oh, man. I'm cooked. I'm so cooked, dude. Why am I so cooked? Why am I thinking that I'm so fucking cooked, dude? I don't know why. I just feel cooked. As long as you've had a girl talk to you, that's crazy. I'll have you know, I have childhood friends that are girls. Listen, women like humble autists. God. The fuck. Now I am the most humble of autists. I'm playing Factorio for fuck's sake. Think about it. Yeah, cinema. But Daho, by that logic, you should have a girlfriend by now. Why do you not have one? Shit! The economy is bad, that's why. Fuck you. Sure, Daho. Blame the economy. Alright, dude. Yeah, who needs women? Yeah, women, am I right, fellas? Is desperate for women. What? Yeah, women, am I right, fellas?
The American people are tired of women.
That's so real. Oh my god. I mean, our first thing that we're probably going to go through once we start to yap about all the politics stuff, sacrificial mouth. It's gonna be great. Cause we have the most actually guy on the fucking planet get exposed for doing a scam. Yeah, we're gonna talk about the LSF stuff because it's just so funny that it's a Destiny sim for like the main reason for as to why LSF is the shithole that it is. I'm so shocked and surprised that it's because of a Destiny sim. Why that subreddit's gone to shit? Who would have thought? Wow, crazy. I know. Oh gosh, diddly darn. Well, gosh, diddly do, diddly do, diddly do. All right, so that is a liquid. That is chloromethane. Okay, so after chloromethane is what? It's ethylene. Next is ethylene. Is it liquid magma? Magma. No. It is not liquid magma. Magma. Now what are you laughing at? Huh? You punk! You puke? I'm very intimidating. Be scared. Oh, when I said magma. Yeah, I caught it. I know that reference. I used to watch Achievement Hunter, okay? Yeah, I watched Achievement Hunter. Alright, so how are we going to output the salt? So we need to route the salt back into over here. And use input priority. $217, so we can probably... Oh, hello. Okay, so that's about... How much sodium hydroxide are we making? To be honest, not a lot. We do not make a lot of sodium hydroxide. because our supply of that shit's not that crazy. Why? Because we make a lot of fucking water. I need more salt. No, this does not burn through a lot of water. Didn't you say I had a shit ton of salt? When did I say that? Are you trying to put Are you trying to have sex with me? Are you trying to put words in my mouth? That's a real Alex Jones clip, by the way. Where he just says, "Are you trying to have sex with me?" It's funny. Good Alex Jones clip. The meme version of it has him like doing like a little weird smile. It's very funny. It's very good. Are you trying to have sex with me? I'd have to make 6 of these damn things in order to have enough bullshit. It'll burn through enough water. So burning through more water it is. Word dick. It's true. Vocab sexual assault. Alex Jones would find a way to do that. Oh, honestly, although Alex Jones is not really a sexual deviant, he doesn't really do that. That's not Alex Jones's thing. Sexual impropriety, that's not really his thing. So, I guess kudos to Alex Jones then. Slight kudos. I think I'm going to need a train. Good job, Alex. You don't want to rape women. Good job, Alex. You did it. It's a stone patch of 3.9 million. Well, looks like I'm gonna need a train. Yay. Why do leftists hate combat sports so much? I don't think it's that leftists hate combat sports. I think it's more so leftists do not like the environment that combat sports fosters. I don't think they. I don't think that they particularly care one way or the other. People on the left, broadly speaking, are not big fans of hierarchical structures. And the sort of like bro mentality, bro culture bullshit that goes around like MMA and shit like that is stupid. Why is bro bad to you? You seem to be coming on really heavy. Are you sure you're not projecting something? Yeah, I think you might be projecting some of your like weird insecurities onto myself for some fucking reason. I'm not like an arbiter for the left. It's kind of weird. And also, I'm gonna tell you right now, MMA is probably one of the worst ways to have a self motivated environment. Yeah, I'm gonna be self motivated to want to like beat the shit out of someone in front of me. So okay. I'm I'm not crying or something. I just think you're being a fucking weirdo. I think you just have like, I don't know, some weird like schizophrenic delusion. Like, are you okay? You don't seem to be able to assess people's emotional state very, very well. Maybe you need to have a more stable emotional state yourself in order to be able to make better judgments into other people's emotional states because you're the one who decided to come into here. First message coming in real hot, buddy. So, okay. It's not the left's problem that you are a fucking weirdo, bro. But okay. I am just chill. I'm just here trying to figure out how I want to make my factory. I need to figure out how to get the salt out. Uh, if that's your interpretation of what is uh being a man, then I think you might have like some demented interpretation. Can I take a guess, Wooly? Are you a big fan of Fight Club? I'm just taking a shot in the dark. Do you like Fight Club? That is true, Kylo the Furry. You are such a dork. I'm just asking a simple question. No, Fight Club is a shit anti-capitalist story. No, I wasn't even asking that. I'm just talking about like. I'm just asking if you like Fight Club, man. Well, that's all I'm asking. It's just a simple question. Yeah, we're getting some interesting people in chat today, I suppose. Well, okay. Kyla didn't do anything wrong. Hashtag Kyla didn't do anything wrong. I don't know, Wooly. You still seem to be like projecting some like weird insecurity for some reason. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, go bug Hassan about being Raiden from Mortal Kombat or something. I don't know. Don't really like this in particular. I'm gonna be honest. It's a little awkward. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know. It's weird. I don't know why that dude's like bringing up anti-capitalism. I was gonna go more so talk about like anti patriarchal sort of bent because that's sort of like the frat bro culture that MMA is. And then I don't know, the dude just crashed out for some reason, and it's just like, you're just a soy boy. It's just like, okay, sure, man. All right. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to build my fucking arm here. From a damn Factorio, from a damn factory. I'm a simple man. Trying to figure out logistics. Well, yeah, I need a train so I can get stone. Well, I need a train so I can get stone and some more natural gas. Because my natural gas yield is not very high. Frat bro plus a weird neo-stoicism going around. Here's the thing. Neo-stoicists cannot actually contend with a real stoist. Because if anything, I'm more of a fucking stoic than these dumbasses are. It's just very fucking weird. Just weird. It's like, it's honestly, it's just don't be weird, guys. It's really easy. You know, don't be weird, and then maybe Stacy will not pick Chad or Tyrone over you. You know, it's just like some food for thought. Okay, well, I can't put an inserter for these ones. This doesn't work. You know, sometimes it really is just easier to just go with the sort of fact that these people are sort of suffering from some, like, Freudian delusions. You know, Freud really does explain a lot of the sort of issues that individuals like Woolley, generally speaking, have. You know, as much as I do not like Freud all that much, unfortunately Freud is pretty on the money when it comes to describing weirdos like that. Yep, pretty much. It's an acknowledgement that certain things are just going to be completely out of your control. And to basically just acknowledge, it's like, listen, there's only so much I can do as an individual to be able to control certain factors, so I'm going to work within those parameters. And if I just get fucked and unlucky, well, that's just what it is, dude. But a lot of, like, dumbasses, mostly online, sort of took stoicism to mean, like, no, it's actually all about being, like, weirdly hyper in control of everything possible, when that's just not what that means. It's like, sometimes things are just going to be out of your control, and that's just how it is, dude. That's life. Honestly, it's almost like an acknowledgement of unreality, of unlife, but that's just conservatism in a nutshell. Oh, the amount of people, Kyla, that I get in my fucking YouTube's comment section, !YouTube, like, comment, subscribe, do all that good YouTube algo shit. The amount of fucking dumbasses who are pretending to be the Emperor of Mankind or fucking Vulcans is so irritating. Aw, man, I'm deciding to get passionate and angered about the fact that the state carried out a murder of a mother of 3. Okay. I thought these guys were supposed to be, like, the based trad, sort of, like, wanting to have children pilled people who are supposed to care about the ability for women to be in safe environments to have children and shit like that. And it's just like, okay, whatever, dude. It's so fucking stupid, dude. It's boring, it's stupid, it's incessant, and I fucking hate it. Yeah, and the funniest thing about that and we're gonna get a little memey with it real quick. All those dumbasses tend to not be fucking Americans. They tend to either be Serbians or Indians or Filipinos. Very, very fucking common. They tend to be non-fucking whiteys. It is very annoying. It's like, I'm like, you guys know. It's like, man, you guys know that, the people that you guys are simping for, they will throw you in the camps. They do not care for you. They hate you, in fact. No, we don't care. It's like, alright, man. Whatever. Almost like capital manufacturers talking points. I don't know. That seems a little too cucked and liberal for my tastes. So clearly, you must be paid by the deep state or a Judeo-Bolshevik or some fucking fuck shit. You know, whatever, like, schizo nonsense you can come up with. That doesn't work. Yeah, don't tell these, like, LARPing tradcaths that fucking Nazis loved occultism and esotericism. It will blow their minds. They love to LARP as Nords. It's just very irritating. It's like, man, you guys are fucking dumbasses. Why are you people so fucking stupid? Oh, because you're not interested in learning the reasons why you are as, propagandized to as you are. Learning is fundamentally dead. Critical thinking is fundamentally dead. And you can blame fucking Ronald Reagan and George Bush for that shit. The death of subjectivity is here. And it's a system that's been perpetuated by a bunch of billionaire pedophile rapists. Random question. What's that? That's so hecking random. People can do fucking church service on here? Huh? What do you mean? Like on Twitch? Are there people going to church on Twitch? That's fucking weird. Why would you go to church on Twitch of all fucking platforms? That's very strange. Like, I assume people can have, like, IRL streams in a church or whatever, and that's, like, whatever and fine, but, huh? Christian United Mission popped up in the live channels. It's because I often mention Christianity on the fucking Twitch channel, which I do mention it. That is a fact. I do tend to mention Christianity. Mostly to talk about the main reasonings as to why evangelicals believing in Christianity is very stupid, but whatever. Not in like lay Reddit atheist sort of a way, but mostly because I hate evangelicism. I think I just have to do... I have to bite the bullet and just go like this for this setup. I don't think there's much I can do about this. Let's do this. I mean, it works. If it works, it works.
Pepe, why are you gay?
Who says I am gay? You are gay. Who says I am gay? You are gay. Yeah, how to get a chuckle out of sacrificial MILF. Do the... Haha, funny stream, man. Do the funny meme. Oh, he did the thing! He did the thing! Guys, he did the thing! Whoa, look, my streamer did the thing, guys. Whoa, look at him. He did the thing. He did the thing! Whoa! Guys, look at my streamer. He did the thing. Oh. What? So we also need to save a certain amount of sodium hydroxide to also make a bunch of other stuff. AKA, science packs. There's a girl on here with a ridiculous boob size. Now, that doesn't really narrow it down very much so. There's a lot of girls with ridiculous fucking boob sizes. It's like, do you know how little that narrows things down? There's a lot of girls like that with huge honkin' bazongers. Charlotte Munster. Who the fuck is this? Go gadget separate tab. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you're right. She do be having some big honkin' bazongers. That's true. That's a fact. That's real. And perhaps true. Haven't quite gone to the true part yet, but it is certainly real. She got some tiggle bitties. I don't even like... Listen, more power to her, okay? I hope whatever, sex worker website she might have, right? Not to, you know, make any assumptions or anything. Not to be a misogynist, okay? Many such cases. I hope she makes all the money on those sex worker websites, okay? More power to her. You could use one of those implants as an actual flotation device. Is it like 9 times out of 10, is it implants that those girls have in order to have tits that fucking big? You know, just asking for a friend. Yes. But then the question then becomes, like it's fetish content, right? Like, because then the immediate follow-up question I would have is, like, why? That just seems, like, wouldn't that just be extremely uncomfortable? I know that, like, because, like, this is a thing that's happened consistently before, of, like, all these, like, men, specifically on Twitter, who get really pissed about, like, girls who have big sagging tits, who will get, like, breast reduction surgery. Like, they get mad about it. It's like, how dare you decide to destroy God's greatest gift? Your honking fucking tits. And it's just like, dog, I don't know, man. I think she just did it because she was feeling uncomfortable, because those looked very, very heavy. And sometimes it really do just be Occam's razor. Sometimes it's really just that simple. And it's just like, dog, she doesn't want to have those big-ass titties. And that's her fucking, that's her God-given American patriot right. Am I right? Yee, 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 ha. I have big boobs, it sucks. Those must fucking kill. I can only imagine. Listen, I've been a proponent of this before. And I'll say again, because I am consistent. You know, hashtag free the nip, okay? We need to be fucking consistent here, okay? We're being fucking consistent here. If men can have their shirts off on a stream, women should also be able to have their shirts off with no fucking bra on if they want to as well, okay? There's nothing inherently sexual about nipples, okay? If you stimulate a man's nipples, that's also sexually arousing to them as well. We're being consistent here. So therefore, this shit's not about sexual pleasure or whatever the fuck, or sexual stimulation. It's more about then repression of women. We're being consistent here. I'm very consistent, pilled. Because it's mostly men who sexualize women's tits. Okay, so that's the ethylene. What's after ethylene? There's people that naturally get massive breasts. They look completely different to, than what she's what she has going on. Right, it's like, if you have big tits, they tend to be very droopy. Right? Very, very droopy. I think. That's the, we'll just go with that being the scientifically accurate term. Sue me. But with women who have like giant like beach balls for tits, that's not normal. That shit's not normal. Vinyl chloride. Okay. I gets it. Yeah, you're picking up what I'm putting down. Yeah, I mean, it's like when Tucker Carlson did that fucking news segment on that one Canadian teacher who did the fucking fetish content, right? It's like, listen, is that inappropriate for a school? Yeah, for sure. But, like, they were just doing that because, well, they were more or less getting fired anyways, so, they were just like, man, whatever, fuck it, who gives a shit? Not that it's a good thing. They were just said like, yeah, fuck it, who gives a shit anymore? This was like, alright. Who gives a shit anymore? I thought we lived in a God-given city. A God-given whatever the fuck. Oh, the older teacher with the anime-style biddies? Yes. This was in Canada, I believe. It was pretty fucking crazy. Americans made a big fucking fuss about it. And it was really annoying. And it's just like, dog, shut the fuck up. That shit was dumb as hell. Very stupid news story. Don't know why we're talking about this. It's like, alright, man. Yeah, the left is saying that this is a good thing or something. Sure, man. Well, no, the worst part about this, sacrificial MILF, is the fact that these exact same conservative pundits and reporters will not get mad about like a high school teacher having like a sexual relation with one of their or sexual relations with one of their students. All these motherfuckers will just be like, God, I wish that was me. And it's just like, okay, we get it. You guys are just okay with pedophilia, all right? Like, shut the fuck up. If we're being fucking consistent here, you need to have a problem with this shit as well, because that's also bad. But whatever. No standards, no consistency. Conservatives don't give a fuck about any of that shit. Morality, consistency from my conservatives? Nah. What are you, a fucking homosexual? Derogatory? No, I'm just expecting some form of ethical and moral... Bullshit! You're just saying that because you're gay. It's like, alright, man. Yeah, it's because I'm gay or something. Whatever. Stupid. Can't believe I'd want just a little bit of consistency. We do have hydrogen sulfide. That would give me sulfur, right? Methane. Yeah, this is hydrogen sulfide. What would sulfur give me? And extra water. I really do not need more water. I already have plenty of fucking goddamn water. And this shit. What is a man to do with all this extra water? This process produces a fuckload of salt. So I guess it's... No, actually, it's not that much salt. It's a good amount of salt, actually. Whatever. I wish that we would just have some hecking consistency. I'm gonna be quite honest. It takes 200 per second? God damn. God damn. Well, we don't need the most plastic, so 1 row of this stuff is more than enough. That's plenty of plastic. That's plenty of plastic. I definitely do not produce that much vinyl chloride. Jesus Christ. Huh. What was the time on this fucking recipe, then? Oh, that's why. I see now. I can't believe that my hecking conservatives are not being consistent. Curses. I can't believe that nobody is being consistent ever. Curses. But, I'm sorry for having expectations and standards. How gay of me. Irm having moral consistencies is fucking fake and cringe. It's like, alright, man. Sure, bro. Irm. Alright, well, there's the vinyl chloride. Cut this in half because we don't need that much plastic. This is more than enough plastic. Glearm. What the skibbity with the Riz? What the ligma?
Doctor, turn off my cringe inhibitors. But Raiden, you'll lose subscribers.
Do it.
Okay. I was fucking joking. Why did you do it?
Because, Raiden, I'm a Nazi. I can't get caught by the ATF. I can't get caught by the federal agents. What? What are you OMGing about there, huh? Nah? Yeah, that's what I thought. You danged harlot. Alright, well, we have plastic now. Yay. Hooray! Plastic! How exciting! Yay. Alright, well, all of that. TS, just get some plastic. Bitch from the deep. Huh? What's that even mean? The hell's a bitch from the deep? Why are you from the oceans? That's a little weird. Well, that seems a little strange. Good. I wanted it to be offensive. That's just the state of my brain. You know, my parents. When I was talking with my mom about career prospects, trying to find a job. She suggested maybe you just need to find like a career coach or some shit, like a coach that can help you find a job. I'm just like, maybe that'll help. I had to. I like my parents found a resume writer, and she wrote my resume. You want to know the funniest thing about the interaction I had with her specifically? Funniest shit about that was, like, we were chatting, we were yapping, she was asking questions, yada yada yada, and she's just like, yeah, I mean, I'll see what I can come up with given the current state of the job market, which is insane right now. I'm just like, yeah, you don't need to tell me twice. I'm fully aware that shit's fucking crazy right now. It's just like, yeah. Yeah. Well, unironically, that's like the fucking most annoying shit about all of this, to be quite honest. It's just like, not that I'm saying that this individual used ChatGPT to create the fucking resume. I have no idea, right? We ended up paying like $200 to or some shit. I have no fucking clue. It's just that the fact that she said, yeah, this current job market is just completely fucking insane. Another person that I do not know, but my parents knows through, connections of theirs, is an intern at IBM. Intern at IBM. Said like, yeah, send me some job. I'll speak with like some managers, see if I can like get you hooked up or whatever. It hasn't gone back to me yet. Was sick during that time. Potentially could have forgotten. Whatever. I don't really hold a fuss. When I was talking with that guy, also complete stranger, never met the guy. We were talking about the job market. Bro was just, when I was doing my whole spiel, talking about how it's essentially just a gotcha machine. It's all just a slot machine. He's like, bro, you're so right. Like, you just have to get lucky. It's genuinely insane. And it's just like, because my parents seemingly want to blame my community and also people that I've met online for the fact that I have these current prevailing attitudes as to why the job market is as terrible as it is. It's just like, okay, if I'm talking with, friends of mine that I've known for years, childhood friends of mine, and also, random strangers, even family friends of my parents, and they are agreeing with my position, and the only people who don't agree with it are you guys. Something's up here. Are all of them trying to make me feel better and trying to appeal to my sensibilities or something? I don't then they would have disagreed with me on a bunch of other shit that I've talked about. And guess what? I've had back and forths with them on a bunch of differing topics. So it's not that then. So then what is it? There has to be a common through line here. I'm expecting some form of consistency. I'm not getting any consistency. So I get annoyed. And I get annoyed with them specifically. It's just like, okay, bro. Nice fucking meme. Like, what the fuck is this bullshit, dude? I want some kind of consistency. I'm getting none. It's like, alright, whatever, dude. But, like, what the fuck am I supposed to work with here? Well, it's because they're managers and they manage to, you know, get in during a certain particular time, and their sort of like normalized worldview is being challenged, fundamentally speaking, and my parents can't fucking stand that shit. That's the main issue. Why don't they get you a spot then? Well, I mean, literally. I was just like, okay, then you guys have a bunch of fucking connections. Why don't you fucking flex them? It's like nothing. They've hardly done anything. It's because they, like, I know what it is. They have, because of trauma from, specifically, living in Romania under Ceausescu. I'm not going to get into it, but there's associated trauma there. They want to have some form of like a normal society, which they saw as the American society from over like 50 years ago. They saw that as was normal and seemingly have not moved on from there. They like, we have achieved some form of upper middle class stability and success. Have there been struggles? Have there been issues? Yeah, absolutely. But we've managed to get there. And it's also like a video that we've watched on the channel talking about how conservatism, or at least this is what I've gleaned from it, but conservatism is just the projection of pain. Basically, in order to take care of people who are not on the path of what society has deemed as normal, you must cause as much suffering to them as possible in order to put them back on the relative path to normalcy, quote unquote. Or at least that's the sort of lesson that I have gleaned from that video in particular. I'll put it up on the channel eventually, but it's a good video by Zoe B. A lot of boomers, Gen Xers, my parents were Gen Xers, have this idea of what is supposed to be a normal society, and they cannot sort of understand the fact that those conditions that led to that position are just completely non-existent because they've not participated in it for a long time. They have no fucking clue. Because I've said this to their faces before. I'm just like, you guys are just completely out of touch. It's just out of touch. You have to be out of touch to think like this. And they're just like, well, how? How are we out of touch? It's like, okay, dude. I can go into all the complicated, like, economic predispositions that you currently hold to justify why that would be the case. But my dad would just play the ignorance card and basically say, like, this is just your Marxist-Leninist fucking goddamn bullshit, and it's just an excuse for you to not want to participate in society. You just want to be a hermit, and it's just like, that's not... I can point to a bunch of different statistics and data that would agree with my position, but you wouldn't care about it anyways, so it's like, I don't know, man. I just don't understand. Well, the problem is that in their mind there has been some form of a loss of trust between ourselves because I've just not been, in their minds, basically just have not been doing everything in their mind possible in order to be able to be a participant within society, within trying to be able to get a job. And it's just like, I'm like, dog, it's really hard. I've done like over 2,000 applications. I've only gotten like 20 interviews. 2,000 applications. Nothing. Like, at some point, anyone with half a brain who's rational would think there's something wrong here. There's a problem. Not that everything is normal. Anyone with half a brain would think that. And it's just like, okay, dude, whatever. Nice meme. Shut the fuck up, El Dutis Mutis. What the hell is this live stream clip you fucking posted? Oh, someone got his phone, a kick streamer got his phone yoinked? Why so aggressive? I don't know. I'm mad. I'm talking about the job market again. And it always makes me fucking mad. You know how it is. You got stolen in Chile? Yeah, bro ain't seeing that shit ever again. Okay. Anywho. My man is going alone at night. Jover. I'm gonna head to the bathroom. And then we'll do the ShoeOnHead video. Woo.
Let me tell you something important, Raiden. You're a normie and a beta male cuck.
I was wrong about you, Senator. You're not cringe. You're just fucking racist!
Amazing. Amazing! Amazing!
the hell is going on here? Is Ford being racist? Again? Typical Fortus Netus behavior, being el racist. Massive racism. I mean, Ford, you missed a dumb fuck. We had a dumb fuck come in earlier. That was very boring. We had a dumb fuck coming here and saying, like, why do leftists hate combat sports? I'm just like, I don't know, because of the sort of pervasive culture around it. That's why. And then the dude was just like very weird and just said like, I got you triggered in like 2 minutes. I'm just like, I'm just trying to deconstruct your position, man. Like, that's all I'm trying to do. Because most normal people would have just banned you on the fucking spot because of how stupid you're being. But you're too stupid to recognize that I was trying to show you some good faith and just like deconstruct your fucking positions and say why you're a fucking idiot and then probably ban you if you annoy me too much. But that would have been up to me. You didn't even do that. You were just like really stupid and decided to schizo laugh in the chat and made yourself look like a fucking idiot. It's like, alright, man. You sure got me. Tim Walz is very correct. You just keep calling them weird. He just got cucked by the fucking deep state. You don't trigger me. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut your goofy ass up. I'm gonna keep sending rats and DMs, you stupid little bitch. I'm gonna send you so many damn rats that you will see nothing but rats for the next 3 days. Too far. Too far, poo poo. Yeah. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna send you 50 million glorps instead. You're gonna get fucking glorped. How about them apples? You're gonna get gleeble glorped. You're gonna get florped. How about them apples, they'll...
That's a bunch of malarkey.
I'm losing my mind. I'm going fucking crazy. Oh, man. You know what, Ford? There you go. You can hold that one, buddy. You can hold that one, buddy. You can fucking hold that one, idiot. Speaking of dying of cringe, ShoeOnHead. Boof on head. Man. That's all I have to say. Just man. Just man. Man. Let's get started with this shit. I believe I've made my positions fairly clear on ShoeOnHead very often in the past. And ShoeOnHead, I think, is just a fucking patented grifter. Doesn't believe anything, yada yada yada, will adopt particular positions in order to suit whatever audience that she has at a particular point, or seemingly whichever fucking boyfriend she's with at the moment. And her boyfriend right now, or husband, I believe, is currently a far-right fucking nationalist, so therefore she's now going to begin to adopt more and more positions of far-right fucking nationalists. Very, very consistent pattern of behavior with ShoeOnHead. Listen, we can go through the multiple problems with someone like ShoeOnHead, but if we could just summarize in one word, it's bimbo fucking politics, alright? Head empty, don't need to think about shit, just keep saying random bullshit. I've said before, she is a Bernie-crat, right? Through and through, if you actually go through her broader sort of economic sort of proposals or desires, for lack of a better term, she's a Bernie-crat through and through. But the problem is that very often, and this is a very, very, very often problem with someone like ShoeOnHead, she just decides to go down like the far right hole of like esotericism and just grifting fucking nonsense, because guess what, that shit makes a buck right now, so she wants to make a buck, so she does this. But apparently, this is something that I heard from the timeline, apparently she's not doing that anymore. Well, that's a little interesting. You know what? I'm curious. Why don't we take a look?
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to inform you that the rumors are indeed true. The Democrats have struck back. In the New Jersey governor's race, the Democrat won. In the Virginia governor's race, the Democrat won. And in the New York...
Oh, this is about the, Okay, so this shit came out soon after a lot of those special elections that happened right around early November, where the Democrats basically swept a bunch of seats because of just how much people fucking hated the Republicans and how terrible their policies were. And this was in the midst of the government shutdown, in which the Democrats were winning before they threw that shit away. For what reason exactly? Because Chuck Schumer's a cuck.
City race, Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani defeated Andrew Cuomo to become the next mayor of America's largest city. But the question on everyone's mind is, was it just a fluke? Just easy wins in blue cities and states? Or is there something more to this? Is this a sign of things to come? Is the Democratic Party finally turning their losing streak around? Are they actually listening to the people now? Did they finally learn their lesson? No. Thanks.
No. Yeah, no. Listen, at least ShoeOnHead can acknowledge that. Good job, Shoe.
For watching. My last 3 videos about electoral politics were warning the Democratic Party that young men were moving right because the party f***ing sucks and was becoming the young men each die movement, spanking the Democratic Party for losing because they elected one of the most unlikely—
No, that's not the reason why. That's part of the reasoning why. She's not entirely wrong. When she says that, no, I've talked about this before. The main problem with the Democratic Party is the fact that they just don't believe in anything. That's the main issue with the Democrats. They are a corporatist neoliberal party that's still trying to do the same corporatist neoliberal bullshit in 2025 and 2026, when nobody wants that shit. Everyone fucking hates it. It's not the 90s anymore. Fuck off with this bullshit. And honestly, at this point, and I think we can just operate off of this as some, I have no problem with, I have like literally no qualms with saying this whatsoever. I think it's like very, very fine and okay to say that the Democratic Party, or at least the leadership within the Democratic Party, not the entirety of the party, are just collaborationists with fascists. Period. End of story. I think Chuck Schumer is definitely a collaborationist with fascists. 1000%. That's not ridiculous or hyperbolic to say. I think he's just a fascist, man. You know, very often lefties like to say cut a liberal and a fascist fucking bleeds. That's not exactly accurate with people whose ideological predispositions are not liberal to begin with.
shittiest candidates while offering absolutely nothing to voters, and defending the voters from the wrath of a bunch of liberal streamer man-children calling the voters stupid and evil for daring not to vote for Hillary Clinton and brownface. But the thesis for all three of those—
Yeah, by the way, that was not mostly the argument, I think, of, like, Vosh whatsoever. But, I mean, like, let's be quite honest here. A lot of the people who do vote for fucking Trump did it based off of a vibe and just did it simply just because of the fact that, oh, you know, people hated the Democrats because the Democrats just don't believe in anything and they were not willing to put anything on the table. That's mostly why.
Those videos was basically the same. As the right embraces working class populism, the Democratic Party and the left will continue to fade into irrelevancy. But as I also predicted in those last videos, there might be an eventual pendulum swing, and it might be happening much sooner than I predicted. Like, how did we go from Republicans winning the popular vote, in part thanks to a lot of the young people voting, to a bunch of data showing those same young people dropping their support for the GOP already? But the interesting thing is, those young people—
well, because they got lied to and they recognize that they got fucking lied to. That's the reason why, Shu. They voted off of vibes, man. That's all that it is. So what the fuck is this dumbass video from this Wooly? Watch this off stream for yourself and understand why men gravitate towards a sport. I'm curious. What is this? It's just a fight. Ringside Chronicles. Bro, I could give less of a flying fuck about this bullshit, dude. No, men fucking participate in combat sports not because of individual skill or whatever the fuck bullshit. A lot of them do this because they think it's like a get-rich-quick scheme or whatever the fuck. Not because they want to express their skills in a fucking fight or whatever the fuck. Stupid. That's some stupid LARP shit in your fucking head. I could give less of a flying fuck about any of that shit. Shut your goofy ass up.
Don't seem to be moving to the Democratic Party either. Where are they going? And do the Democrats have a plan to scoop these people up? Yes, they do, and they called it— I'm not kidding.
It's not
deciding to win. Deciding to win, as if the whole time they have just been simply deciding to lose. It was a choice, guys. They changed their mind and they want to win now. In this video, I will talk about why I think Zoran Mamdani won. We will go through the Democrat Party's plan to decide to win. We will briefly talk about the rise of the political commentator Nick Fuentes, the MAGA Civil War, and what I like to call the inevitable rise of shoe-socialism. If that sounds interesting, stick around. If it doesn't—
oh god, she's created her own fucking political— ugh. Fucking kill me now, dude.
you can leave. It's not like I'll miss you or anything. But baka. I know a lot of you are not very interested in politics. You come here for the fun Reddit slop, the men versus women content. Yeah, I know. But unfortunately, politics kind of seeps into your lives whether you want it to or not. So you might as well be entertained when you hear about it and have some fun with it when you can. And I just so happen to have the perfect app for that. So before we get into this political deep dive, let's quickly give a shout out to today's sponsor, one of my favorite sponsors.
Sponsors?
Ground News. Ground News is a website and an app.
Okay, listen, not to go against Ground News or whatever, listen, I'm skipping through the ad. Ground News is, I don't know, okay or something, I have no idea.
Now, let's get back to the video. For those of you familiar with the ShoeOnHead channel, you know I've harshly criticized the Democratic Party for all my career. Some say too harshly. Frankly, I don't care. And some say I'm not harsh enough on the Republicans. First of all, true, but let's be honest, that's not why you come here. You go to Kyle Kalinske for that.
Of course, like, Shoo, okay, you purport to be a social democrat. That's why people are having a lot of problems. As Vosh accurately pointed out when he assessed your video, basically shitting on you for doing a lot of the Balenciaga bullshit. By the way, that was ShoeOnHead, right? Basically like a whole sort of very sussy campaign, particular of Balenciaga. Shoe just decided to make it all about like shit with fucking queer people for some fucking goddamn reason, because again, she started flirting more and more with the alt-right, and as a result of that in particular, she got pushed out of the left, started to grift more to the right, yada yada yada, because she felt slighted by the fact that ShoeOnHead basically just started a sort of like a dumb fuck idiot like right-wing conspiracy theory and decided to take no accountability for it. Because listen, ShoeOnHead, the Balenciaga stuff is just weird. It's fucking sussy. There's really nothing else to it. And when people were saying, incorrectly so, that it was about fucking queer people, what did you do? Sit by the sidelines and not say shit about it. And that's why people on the left don't like you anymore, Shoo.
Just like you go to Destiny to see opinions you can hear on CNN, or to Hassan for dog training tips. You come here to hear, golly gee willikers, I'm left-wing, and the Democrats have gone crazy. That's the shit you're here for. But are the Democrats actually getting—
Classical liberalism. Of course. Known classical liberal. ShoeOnHead.
their shit together? Or did they simply get lucky in a few blue areas? One of those blue areas being my city, New York, where Democratic Socialist candidate Zoran Mamdani won the election and will become the new mayor. And a lot of people are like really confused about how this happened. And if you're one of those people, you really need to keep watching. If you don't understand why Mamdani won, I'm sorry to say, but you're kind of like the liberals in 2016 who didn't understand why Trump won. It's actually extremely understandable why Zoran Mamdani won, and it's not just because New York is full of communists.
So, yeah, okay, I'll just say my shtick for as to why Zoran Mamdani won. The reason why Zoran Mamdani won is because he appealed to broader populist sentiment and actually was looking to govern the city of New York. Very, very fucking simple. Right? People believed when he said, like, I'm seeking to govern New York for New Yorkers. Period. End of story. The sort of, like, blending of, like, American patriotism and, I don't know, inner desires for them to want to do better for their fellow sort of American in comparison to the Democrats who believe in nothing. Zoran Mamdani chose to be like, you know what? Actually, I believe in stuff. I'm not like the Democratic Party who believes in nothing. I actually believe in things. And guess what? In hindsight, again, this video was from about 1 to 2 months ago. We now know that, yes, it turns out Zoran Mamdani does actually believe in things. Again, first 2 weeks of his administration, one of his major policy proposals, that being universal childcare, passed. He managed to get that implemented for the people of New York City, which is huge. One of his more potentially ambitious policies implemented, which is great, fantastic, very, very good. And like I said before, I've talked about this before. If the Democrats want to see success as a party, 2026 and beyond, to not die off as a party, they need to mimic the model that Zoran Mamdani basically puts out there. Are they ever going to do that? No, absolutely the fuck not. No, they prefer to just continue being, stooges and fucking have fealty to Israel instead. Like, unironically. Chuck Schumer's whole project of wanting to keep the left, quote-unquote, pro-Israel has been an astronomical fucking goddamn failure. And we can all acknowledge this, that this is the case. So much so that he's, unironically, like, not willing to, condemn the actions of fucking ICE within Minneapolis and would prefer to just say, like, well, the Baileys are telling me that that ICE and the police officers in Minneapolis need to collaborate more with ICE. It's just like, what the fuck are you talking about, Chuck? That's like literally the worst thing that you could say. But then again, we're talking about Chuck Schumer here. Chuck, like, if there's any instance of someone who could be like a complete fucking political failure, it's Chuck fucking Schumer. He's just a stooge, corporate sort of like wannabe, blah blah blah, captured by the deep state, yada 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 type shit. Okay, that's Chuck Schumer in a fucking nutshell.
Or whatever. He's objectively the best Democratic candidate that they've had in a very, very long time. Like, I know the bar is in hell there, but he's young, he's energetic, he's charismatic, and people are really tired of the White House doubling as a retirement home. And of course, I like many of his economic policies. I like the universal childcare thing, the transportation, flipping off the Christopher Columbus statue. That's the shit I don't like. Bitch, that's our fucking guy. He was a brave Italian explorer who discovered America, and in this house, Christopher Columbus is a hero. End of story. I've said this many times, but—
Shut the fuck up, Shu. You're doing the, like, 3 IQ fucking culture war bullshit. Like, there's a lot of good reasons to not like Christopher fucking Columbus. Like, get out of here with this, like, I don't know, Italian LARP bullshit. I said Shu.
But I don't think the good left-wing policies can even exist alongside the bad left-wing policies. Like, I don't know how you can have free transportation, but also be soft on crime. Like, I don't know, like, in what world does that work out? You can't have nice, clean, free transportation if a bunch of drug addicts and violent felons are going around stabbing people and setting them on fire. You can't have nice things if you don't have rules to enforce those nice things. You know what I mean? It's always such a breath of fucking fresh air when I go—
Shu, what the fuck is the point of bringing up crime here? Why are you bringing this up? What? Like, what is the point of— Again, this is when I have consistently said, this is my, like, the main problem with ShoeOnHead. She is currently getting her bread buttered by the right wing at the moment, and as a result has to post all of their, like, stupid fucking culture war talking points. Again, Zoran Mamdani and nobody on the left agrees with any of those fucking positions. Like, what are you talking about? Why are you bringing this up? It's nonsensical.
Go back to visit my family in the suburbs of Long Island, and I go to the CVS, and the f***ing toothpaste is free from their plexiglass prisons. I shouldn't have to wait 10 minutes for some poor wagey to come unlock the cagey so I can buy f***ing shampoo. We don't have to live that way. Maybe he'll do great, or maybe he gets into power and immediately cucks to the establishment like some other people. I don't like to talk about it. I just don't know how the hell anyone thought Andrew Cuomo was going to win. He killed a bunch of grandmas during COVID.
As you admitted this week, you personally altered the state health department report to undercount the death total, to hide the death total, and then evaded and lied to these families for 5 years. So
You killed a shit ton of people. For what? Plus, he doesn't even live in New York City. He doesn't live in the city he's running to be mayor of. Cuomo just kind of expected to win based on name recognition alone and being like, hey, at least I'm not the other guy. Sound familiar? Trump actually offered a vision. Make America great again. Mamdani offered a vision. A New York City you can afford. So people took a chance on him. People wanted something different. Andrew Cuomo, he had no vision or anything. Oh man, I love tuning into a debate about New York City and...
Okay. Listen, I'm not saying anything right now because, yes, that's the main fucking problem, Shoe, with the Democratic fucking Party. The fact that they are not willing to offer any vision for the future because they're just not interested because they're all captured by corporate interests, Shoe. You have talked about this broadly before, Shoe. You should know of this, Shoe. But no, you'd prefer to come up with like these stupid talking point that the right wing has specifically about the Democrats saying like, yeah, they're just the kill all men party and that's why they are a shitty fucking political party. It's like, no, Shoe. That's not the fucking problem. It's because they don't have a vision for the future. Because they are not interested in the future. Similar like the Republicans. The Republicans, at the very least, most establishment Republicans do not have that similar vision. Trump actually does have some form of a vision. He's lying about it, of course. He doesn't actually believe in any of it, of course. He's just doing this in order to get power. But at least it's something. Something for people to latch onto. But, you know, again, the American people decided to vote for Trump again for the second time in a row simply because he had some kind of an offer for the future in comparison to the Democrats. He was at least putting something out there in comparison to, well, most corporate establishment politics. And he used that again to, at the very least, get into power yet again. It's like, you know, rather similar to 2016 all over again. Like, let's not be like ridiculous or hyperbolic here. You can like we can like broadly speaking sort of talk about a lot of the analogies, but there were some differences. I do think that this campaign that Trump won this time was definitely his worst fucking campaign. Very erratic. He barely like stayed on fucking topic. He did all of like stupid, really annoying like culture war sort of nonsense and talking points. It's like, dog, what the fuck are you talking about? He talked about a golfer's dick at some point in time. It's just like, okay, bro, yeah, like our like fucking Arnold Palmer's dick is like way more important to fucking focus on. But the thing is he was going up against the Democratic Party, who decided to be like, if we just believe in nothing and just say that we're better than the other guy, that means we're going to win. And as a result, Trump fucking won in a landslide as a result. And that's why Trump ended up winning. It's really, I don't know, it's one of those things where it's just like, it's so forehead obvious duh, but most, you try to explain this, like, these very basic concepts, these Republicans, quote unquote, and it's like dono wall, they don't get it.
80% of it is about another fucking country.
The first foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first?
First visit, I would visit the Holy Land.
I would go to Israel.
I'd make my 4th trip to Israel.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in?
10 out of 10 fucking answered there, of course, by Zoran Mamdani. But the only reason why, again, this was even a question to begin with was because of the fact that Andrew Cuomo, his whole campaign strategy was to just tut about fucking Israel. Like, that was literally his campaign strategy. Zoran, why are you such an anti-Semite? Why do you hate Jews so much? Like, unironically. So much so that, again, who the fuck really gives much of a flying fuck at all about where the mayor of New York City is supposed to go when the most important thing for him to care about is governing the fucking city? Which is why it was such a good 10 out of 10 fucking answer, right? Like, I commented that on that part of the debate. I'm just like, it's like, yeah, him answering that question that way is probably going to win him the primary. And guess what? Yeah, he won the primary. I was correct in my fucking assessment. How the fuck... Whoa. Daho being correct very, very often? Who would have fucking thought? But I digress. In terms of his answer to that question, 10 out of 10, no notes. Just the only way you can fucking answer that goddamn question is by saying, like, yeah, my concern is to, well, focus on the 5 boroughs and the wants and desires and the issues of New Yorkers, which is, again, yeah, that's what you're supposed to say there, because you're running for mayor of New York, not for the presidency or the mayoralship of fucking Tel Aviv.
Would you visit Israel?
That was the exact moment I knew Zoran was going to win. Bro was just surrounded by NPCs. I love how they're like, where would you go? And Zoran was like, I'm gonna stay here. And instead of being like, no, Zoran, the question was, where would you go? They're like, why wouldn't you go to Israel? Like, that's the answer to the question. Like, that's just the default answer to that question. His win was very much in part a direct response to the affordability crisis that many Americans are facing. So what is the GOP's answer to the affordability crisis? Oh, great news, guys. There is no affordability crisis. It doesn't exist. It's all in your head, silly. Need to save money? Simply don't buy your grandmother a Christmas present this year.
Budget, budget, budget. You need a plan. Also remember, adults don't need gifts, okay? Focus on the people in your life who are age 3 to 18. Grandma.
Ramsey Show co-host, by the way, for those who may not know, I believe the Ramsey Show is that one fucking show run by that British fuckwad, something Ramsey. I don't remember his exact fucking name, but it's some British fuckwad who constantly just tuts people for not being effective financial investors or whatever the fuck. Very, like, basically, if you wanted to sort of, like, understand the hatred that people have for the bourgeoisie, someone like fucking the Ramsey Show, I forget the name of the host, the actual host, is pretty much like who you would point to, like, man, I fucking hate this motherfucker.
Grandma doesn't need slippers. If they don't live by you, don't get them a gift. Now's not the time to spend and break the bank.
Zoran's win was also basically a direct response to the housing crisis in America. So what is the GOP's response to the pie-in-the-sky, commie gobbledygook that Zoran Mamdani is selling? Surely they have a better solution.
Here we go. The White House is floating this idea.
one.
Bill Pulte is saying, thanks to President Trump, we can indeed work on the 50-year mortgage, a complete game changer. How does that...
Oh yeah, I remember that. This proposal is genuinely fucking insane, dude. Yeah, dude, we're basically, our proposal for housing, for the housing crisis right now, keeping you stuck in a debt trap for the rest of your life. It's just like, yeah, dude, if that's really going to appeal well to the American people. Yeah, debt trap, rest of your life. Very, very cool.
Does that work in dollars? Here you go. 30-year fixed mortgage right now. You're paying $2,038 a month, principal and interest on a $400,000 home. At the bottom, under 50 years...
Oh, by the way, it was that Brian Pulte guy who just said that to Trump, and he was just like, yeah, well, I like that. That sounds like a great proposal. And he just went with it. Because, again, it's an administration that's surrounded with just sycophants.
You save a couple $100 a month, $1,822 principal and interest. That is proposed. Do you like this idea?
I do not like this idea.
Not lowering prices, not building more housing, no, just being a good little slave to the bank for 50 years. You might as well be a rentoid forever in this case. Like, at least you don't have to fix your own dishwasher. You will own nothing and be happy. Doesn't that sound great, Gen Z? Vote for us. We'll release the Epstein files and finally drain the swamp. Awesome. Finally, justice. Here comes the Epstein files phase 1. We got all your favorite E-celebs here. Don't you think that's a little tacky? I mean, like, this is an international child trap. The Epstein files are on my desk. Oh, that's great. That's great. That's what we...
Okay, see, this is what I do not like about fucking ShoeOnHead. The constant infantilization that she will do of fucking right-wingers. This is what they fucking wanted, right? This was what they fucking wanted. Don't infantilize these people, right? They always wanted it to all be a fucking spectacle. It's a fucking, again, administration run by a bunch of podcasters. We know that these guys are just a bunch of podcasters. Like, Dan Bongino got mad about the fact that he'd often have to do a lot of fucking paperwork as deputy head of the FBI. It's like, dog, you're working for one of the most powerful federal policing institutions on the planet. Of course, there's going to be a fuck ton of paperwork. No fucking shit. But then again, he just wanted to do his stupid conserva sloppy toppy dumbass fucking podcast grift shit. Because again, for these people, it was always about the grift to begin with. So don't infantilize these people for the fact that, I don't know, they should constantly have a bunch of Fell for It Again awards. Like, honestly, like, Fell for It Again award for conservatives, as always.
We've been waiting for. Well, Oh, they don't exist. Wait, what? Yeah, the Epstein files don't exist. They're a Democrat hoax. But you just said, hey, what the fuck? That's my wallet. Sorry, Israel needs new weapons. Bye. Psst. What do you want, Democrat? Vote for us. Why? What do you have to offer? Hey, that's my wallet again. What are you people doing? Sorry, Israel needs new weapons. Bye. The Epstein files are a really big deal.
Guys, it's almost as if there's a problem, broadly speaking, with the establishment of both parties. And again, it's always been about corporatocracy for these people. Oh, crazy. I know. I've said this before, and a lot of other left-leaning commentators have said this as well. We were correct. Again, we were just too fucking early about it. Oh, Trump turned out to be another neoconservative, and he was a liar the whole time? Oh, we were right about that. Again. But no one fucking chose to believe it. Very, very fucking cool.
This is not a partisan issue. You should absolutely care about an international child trafficking and blackmail operation consisting of the most powerful people in the world. And anyone telling you to move on is coping, gaslighting, or in on it. If whatever is in there is so damning that it is a national security risk, the people deserve to know. Like, I don't know about you, but if we are paying taxes to a bunch of satanic...
It's because of Israel. Let's be honest here. It's partially because of fucking Israel. We know that one of the dudes who, God, what was his name? Ghislaine Maxwell's father. I forget his name. This dude was, unironically, above Mossad. Unironically, bro was above Mossad. So, that is why they are citing national security concerns. And I mean, with some of the stuff, again, because this came out before some of the other stuff came out. So, we have hindsight now. Part of the reason for as to why Marjorie Taylor Greene left the Republican Party and decided to resign from her post in the House is because of the fact that A, Trump decided to be a retributive asshole after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I don't know why you didn't clue into that the first time, Marjorie. He's always been like that, but whatever. And also because of the fact that he was just doing the cover-up that he was doing for the Epstein files. Talking about having a tantrum about this because of the fact that she decided to vote with the discharge petition launched by Thomas Massie to force a floor on the vote of the House. I've talked about this before. Also because she had her own sort of like revenge tour. She wanted to get back at a bunch of at Trump specifically for the fact that she had higher political ambitions and Trump actively snubbed her. So there's also that is a factor as well. You know, lots of reasonings for as to why Marjorie Taylor Greene had her own particular grievances with Donald Trump and the broader sort of MAGA coalition and movement or whatever, right? Lots and lots of differing reasons. Part of it is revenge, part of it is because of the Epstein files, and part of it is also because of what's the name of it? Because of the fact that she's basically been actively fucking snubbed by the sort of and basically like all the promises of MAGA have just not been sort of recognized. Yada yada. Listen, a lot of reasons, lots and lots of fucking reasons. Okay. And the whole revenge tour that she wanted to do, obviously. He unironically said, Trump that is, I'm rambling here a little bit, that he's like, Marjorie, I don't know why you're doing this. You're going after my friends. Why are you doing this, Marjorie? Why are you giving me such a hard time on this for no reason, Marjorie? You're supposed to just let me hang out with all of my pedophile friends because they're all my best pedophile friends. I love my pedophile friends. And you're just not supposed to pay attention to any of this. It's like, well, that's not how that works, Trump. Like, people are going to have some very obvious, accurate concerns saying, like, why are you so, because again, he did a CBS interview where he said, like, yeah, we'll release the Epstein files. But, yeah, well, there's a lot of stuff in there that's not, like, 100% accurate. It's kind of weird. I don't know. There might be kind of a lot of bad stuff in there. And it's just like, why are you saying this? That's extremely suspicious of you to be saying that. Like, it's almost as if you're trying to cover up something. And immediately, and understandably so, people got fucking suspicious. I got fucking suspicious when I also heard that as well. It's like, why would you say that? your base has been constantly clamoring for the release of these Epstein files for like forever. And now, again, bottom of the 9th inning, when you say you're about to release the files, all of a sudden, oh, there's no files there, and you're not releasing them. It's like, okay, that means you are definitely in them, and there's a Wall Street Journal report that says that he is definitely in there, and that Pam Bondi told him that he pops up in there multiple times, and then all of a sudden, well, the whole administration had to come up with, like, one of the most, like, ham-fisted ways to try to do a cover-up for this. And it failed absolutely miserably. And, well, Trump is now suffering the consequences for the fact that his dumbass was definitely in the fucking Epstein files. This was the magnum opus for most of these, like, conservatives for, like, the longest time ever. A lot of the conspiratorial conservatives within the sort of broader MAGA coalition. And to hear their supposed savior, who was meant to also go in there and take down all the pedophiles and stop the adrenochrome harvesting rituals or whatever the fuck. Hearing him basically say that there is no client list and that the Epstein files are all hoax and all of that is just like, oh, so we've just been lied to this whole time. Because again, listen, here's the thing with conspiracists and conspiracy theories. The problem with a lot of conspiracists is the fact that a lot of the conclusions off of the grain of truth that they are operating off of are batshit insane. And that's where you lose most people. It's just like, yeah, I agree with this. And then they'll just be like, okay, so this is why the Jews are basically in on this thing. It's just like, well, that's where you're starting to fucking lose me. And like a lot of the stuff that you keep saying seems very spurious, kind of insane, kind of random, and doesn't make really much sense to me. Which is where most average people sort of just get, like, lost. And it's just like, what are you talking about? You seem like you're an insane person. And that's why most of these, like, sort of conspiracy theories and conspiracy theorists tend to sort of fall apart. And don't have the sort of general broader appeal that they are supposed to. But, again, it is correct to be, like, skeptical of the government. And you should always be skeptical of specifically, like, Democratic and Republican administrations. They always do a bunch of, like, deep state, probably pro-pedophilia bullshit. That's not, like, ridiculous or hyperbolic to say whatsoever. Not at all. It's just the conclusions that you have to get to, man. The conclusions. The ways that you get to these theories that you are. You guys really need to clean that up and try to present some form of evidence. Because here's the thing. With a lot of conspiracy theories and conspiracy theorists, most of them during the early aughts tended to be left-leaning. Of the very few left-leaning people that existed within the United States of America. Most of them tended to be on the left and anti-authoritarian, generally speaking. But then all that shit got completely subsumed by the right. And it became the sort of like, well, you could just operate with the thought-terminating cliche of just like, well, this dude's a fucking conspiracy theorist and is just saying a bunch of fucking stupid nonsense. Why should we listen to anything this dumbass has to say about anything? They're inherently fucking ridiculous. And it's just like, well, yeah, considering a lot of the stuff they're saying, I can't really operate off of any other assumption besides like, yeah, this person is just a nutter and is just saying a bunch of fucking stupid fuck shit, right? So for a lot of these like Trump supporters who are all inherently conspiratorial or lean more towards conspiracism because of A, they are in a cult, and B, they are very, very anti-intellectual, like Trump. The whole thing with the Epstein files, well, that was their magnum opus, and their quote-unquote God King said like, yeah, it's a bunch of bullshit, there's nothing here actually, all of you people are stupid for believing in this stuff. And it's just like, well, what the fuck, man? This is like 10 years of my life that I've poured into, like, looking into this fucking conspiracy theory, and you're telling me it's just a bunch of gobbledygook? Nah, disagree with that. That's a bunch of bullshit. And, it started to make a bunch of people leave in sort of droves. Now, again, we are talking about Trump supporters here, and these people very often have the memories of fucking goldfish. So a lot of them will tend to forget about a lot of the sort of fuck shit that happened with the Epstein files, right? Like, unironically, very often, it is just like jingling keys with a lot of these people more often than not. Those are not very good keys to jingle. These keys, there you go. Very often, like, these people are just operating off of vibes. And that's generally speaking what most politics has become now. It's all vibes. Nothing fucking matters. Who the fuck gives a shit about any of this stuff? Vibes. Just say a bunch of fuck shit. Who cares? Blah, 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 blah. And that's like one of the biggest issues. And there's a lot of complicated reasonings for as to why this is the case as well. Education, dog shit, generally speaking, within America, because of a lot of the defunding that has been done. The broader sort of death of education that has happened in America. There's a lot of reasonings for as to why this is the case, and we could spend a very, very long time going into those reasonings. The general sort of problem, the general sort of issue with a lot of conspiracy theorists is the fact that they often present a lot of sort of, I was going to say like facts and cases in a very, very like ridiculous, sort of like very low amount of evidence way, such that people are just going to be like, well, now you're losing me. I don't fucking agree with this. I think what you're saying is a bunch of fucking nonsense. Like, I'm going off on a little bit of a ramble here, a bit of a tangent, but broadly speaking, the takeaway here is the Epstein files was the magnum opus for a lot of these people, and Trump was like their eternal God savior who was supposed to sort of release a lot of this information about all the pedophiles and stuff like that. But it turns out, and this has been said before, by a bunch of lefties, even of liberals, Trump has always been a pal with fucking Epstein, has always palled around with fucking Epstein. You guys are shocked Pikachu facing that more than likely he's going to protect all those people. Like, why are you surprised about any of this? This is, broadly speaking, one of the most corrupt, blatantly corrupt administrations that has ever fucking existed. So, like, I don't know. It really, it's just one of those cases where it's just like, it's very difficult to feel much sympathy for a lot of these people. It's just tough. It's just difficult.
I would like to know. That is information I would like to know. Like, I already know we're doing that, but I would like some confirmation. Okay, so literally as I am filming this, Trump is saying he is releasing the Epstein files. So I guess they weren't a hoax. I'm gonna be so honest. I have no idea what the f is going on, you guys. I'm sure when this—
He's lying, Shu. He's just a liar. Occam's razor, honestly. It's just... sometimes it really is just as simple as, like, Shu, he's just a liar, man. Like, that's all that it is. He's just a fucking liar.
Video gets posted, there's already going to be more things that have happened. Also, Mike Johnson apparently said they need to make changes to the files to make sure we, quote, don't do permanent damage to the political system. If releasing the Epstein files would do damage to the political system, then so be it. Then it deserves to be damaged. It deserves to be destroyed. Just release the files. After all, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. Isn't that right, government? But it wasn't just the Epstein files thing that has MAGA feeling a little demoralized lately.
Does that mean the H-1B visa thing will not be a big priority for your administration? Because if you want to raise wages for American workers, you can't flood the country with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of foreign workers.
You also do have to bring in talent. When
we have plenty of talented people here.
No, you don't.
We don't have talented people here.
No, you don't have certain talents, and people have to learn.
We've talked about this a few times on this channel, actually very recently in the male loser epidemic video. The no talented Americans thing is a myth pushed on us by corpos and billionaires, so they can hire foreign workers who will work for less money and won't unionize. Worker drones who will work under the coercion of deportation, essentially creating infinite scab labor. Even though there are so many Americans in these fields looking for jobs. But those spoiled Americans will ask for a living wage so they can live in a 600-foot square apartment.
And also because they know their rights more. Same thing happens in Canada, by the way, with the, what's the name of the, program? God, I'm so bad with fucking names. But we have a similar program which Amnesty International has said is tantamount to fucking slavery. Thank you, Canada. Very, very fucking cool. It's the Foreign Workers Program. There we go. The name came back to me. Yeah, we have a similar program as well in Canada called the Foreign Workers Program, which essentially does the exact same thing of allowing corporations to be able to hire a bunch of very, very cheap labor.
How dare they? We can't do that. So import 1 billion immigrants. After all, it's good for business.
Folks are not thrilled about this idea of hundreds of thousands of foreign students in the United States.
If we were to cut that in half, which perhaps makes some people happy, you would have half the colleges in the United States go out of business. And it's not that I want them, but I view it as a business.
Unfortunately, America does feel like...
Guys, I think there might be a problem with colleges being run as a fucking business. The fact that fucking colleges can have wealth funds and shit like that might be kind of a bad thing when the original purposes of colleges and university is for higher places of learning.
Like nothing but 3 corporations in a trench coat. But America is not a business. America is not a corporation. It is a nation. The contrast of what Trump is saying here compared to how...
Shu, I don't know how many times this needs to be said. Everyone has fucking said this is the main problem. You can't run a country like it's a fucking business. Like, yeah, no shit. And the left has been saying this consistently. Oh, man, dude. It's... I don't know. Like, again, key jingling, nothing fucking matters, the death of critical education in America. We've talked about a lot of the main reasons for as to why Trump ended up winning again. Broadly speaking, also mentioning of the fact that people just voted for Trump based off of the vibes and the fact that he was able to, again, lie about the fact that he cares about affordability.
He used to talk is staggering. Republicans embracing populism, at least rhetorically, is what gave rise to Donald Trump and fundamentally changed the way Republicans do politics in America. If you go back and watch the debates of Donald Trump in 2016, it's crazy.
We should have never been in Iraq. We have destabilized the Middle East. They lied. They said there were weapons of mass destruction. There were...
Trump used to support the Iraq war, by the way. But then again, Hillary Clinton's never going to make that fucking argument in 2016 because she was obviously rah all for Iraq.
And they knew there were none. There were no weapons of mass destruction.
I remember being like, damn, that's not how politicians in general really talked at the time. Like, we would see it from Bernie Sanders and maybe like Ron Paul, but to get up on stage in a Republican debate in front of Republicans...
Ron Paul is not a fucking populist, by the way. Don't get it fucking twisted, Shoe.
Donors saying that kind of shit was unheard of. Bro was getting booed. Trump won in 2016 by decrying the bloodlust and warmongering of the Republican Party, but also by speaking to the economic woes of the average working class American. Basically saying, I see you, to people who felt like they haven't been seen by either party in a very long time. Like, I saw people in my life, my neighbors and stuff, that were all like Obama voters, like just flipped to Trump, and now like all of Long Island. Long Island is like the Florida of the Northeast, bro. It is like Trump country there now. Before Trump... Oh, my nuggies are here. My nuggies are here. 1 second.
I'm really curious to see what, like, I don't know, the sort of, like, vestiges of Cuomo... Because I guarantee you, I don't know if Long Island all went for Andrew fucking Cuomo. I'm thinking of Staten Island. I might be mixing my New York Islands here, okay? I might be doing a little bit of New York racism, and I apologize for that, New Yorkers, okay? I might be mixing my fucking dipshit islands or some shit. Probably am. But Staten Island, I believe, was still the ones who voted for the majority of Cuomo. That's where the majority of most conservatives in New York, generally speaking, sort of, well, live, is on that island.
1 second. I must go get my nuggies. It's nuggie time.
Nuggies?
34-year-old woman, by the way. Mother, by the way. Before Trump, the Democrats basically relied on talking about how the Republican Party didn't care about the working class. But eventually, the problem for Democrats was the working class didn't care about them. But now it seems like the Republican Party is going back on all that and becoming the Bush-era neoconservative party again, right as they're winning.
Okay, problem, Shoe. This was the same during Trump's first administration as well. Again, Trump, in terms of warmongering, multiple shadow wars within Africa, the drone strike amount that Trump did went up by 432% over Obama, and Obama is broadly seen as the quote-unquote drone striker in chief, right? That's how people remember Obama fondly as. Obama, he loves to bomb people with drones. It's one of his favorite activities he loves to do, very much so. So, again, this is not something that's, like, this is something that's happened before. This is, broadly speaking, behavior that's already occurred. We know these people are just a bunch of fucking liars. They've always been liars. Trump is a serial fucking liar. This isn't, like, ridiculous. The people have been, broadly speaking, pointing this out before. It's just that people were not pointing out that Trump was a liar in effective ways that would appeal to the sort of general Republican base. Right? That was the main sort of problem. They would just be like, Trump is just a liar because he's just like a stinky meanie bobini. And that's why he kind of sucks. He sucks because he's just a stinky pinky. And he likes to lie all the time. And not point out the fact that, you know, Trump in the past has supported the Iraq war. Yeah, he has. Trump in the past has also supported all of the deregulations and tax cuts that Bush did. Yeah, he did that. They were never willing to point out all of the exact same lies and positions that he fucking believed in or pretended to fucking believe in because A, he was never really consistent in any of his beliefs to begin with, and also B, they also agreed with that and all that shit as well. Again, it's as George Carlin himself has said before, It's a big fucking club, and your dumbass isn't in it.
Racing freaks like Lindsey Graham.
So I just want to say, I feel good about the Republican Party. I feel good about where we're going as a nation. We're killing all the right people, and we're cutting your taxes. Trump is my favorite president. We've run out of bombs. We didn't run out of bombs in World War II.
Republicans, is that what you want your party to be? Lowering taxes and killing people? We tried that.
Yes! Yes. This is the Republican Party. This has always been the Republican Party. This has always been them, Shoe. I like, honestly, like, I don't want to infantilize these fucking people because I don't think they deserve to be fucking infantilized. I really don't. This has always been the Republicans. Trump is the evolution of the Republican Party. Period. End of story. This was inevitable. Ever since fucking Ronald Reagan won the presidency, there was the necessary conditions for a Trump-like figure to basically rise up and become the president of the United States was set. This was an inevitability. Something like this was going to happen eventually. It was always a matter of when and not if.
That already. To many Republicans, the solution to the affordability crisis wreaking havoc on Americans is simply trusting the free market, working hard, and if that doesn't work, they bust out all reliable.
If you're a young person and you can't afford to live here, then maybe you should not live here. I mean, that is a real thing. I know that we...
Well, either that or quantitative easing.
We've now grown up in a society that says that you deserve to live where you grew up, but the reality is that the history of America is almost literally the opposite of that.
Ah, yes, the classic.
Yeah, I didn't know that... real quick, Ben. Yeah, I didn't know that America was a known nomadic fucking state over in the fucking steppe, my dude. Like, okay, bro. Nice meme.
Just move from Economic Zone 67 to Economic Zone 69. I don't know, man. Maybe some people actually like where they live. Maybe they want to make their community better. This is like the libertarian version of just deal with it when you talk to leftists about crime. Like, no, we shouldn't just deal with it. We shouldn't just move. Maybe we can make the cities in our country.
Yeah, that's not the main contention that left-leaning people have about crime. No. Broadly speaking, when lefties talk about crime, they talk about economic problems and poverty, because that's generally the main driver of crime, Shoe. It's not just forehead, deal with it. It's nonsense. This is the low IQ fucking right-wing bullshit coming through.
Livable and safe. Maybe better things are possible, actually. My husband and I moved away from our families because of his job, and it f***ing sucks. It sucks raising kids without an extended family around. Say hi to grandma on FaceTime. Not normal. Not natural. When I was growing up, it was like aunts and uncles and cousins and grandparents were just coming in and out of my house, like bringing over food, like, hey, I got some mancati. I would be babysat by my cousins and my aunts, and because we moved away, my kid won't have.
So, by the way, this is a broader sort of, I've done a video about this as well. Generally speaking, this is a sort of yearning for community that essentially Gen Z and I believe, like, you know, beyond want to sort of have a return to, right? People, broadly speaking, have an understanding that the vestiges of community has been fucking lost. Now, there's a lot of complicated historical and sociological reasons for why this is the case. If I could just go through some of them real quick. Suburbanization, car infrastructure, the petrodollar, the sort of implementation of the car as the main sort of form of transportation for America because of really stupid, idiotic cultural signifiers and not because it's economically sort of efficient, but whatever. And public transportation obviously being way more economically efficient and having better outcomes. Look at every sort of European and sort of Asian fucking country who have significantly better transportation systems in comparison to that of America and Canada. We'll throw in the Canadians into this as well. Bastards. My bastard fucking goddamn country. Fuck you, Canada. Suck my dick, eat my shit. Just to name a few problems. A few of the reasons for as to why we find ourselves in the current positions that we find ourselves in. A lot of people have, broadly speaking, sort of had enough of the sort of materialist culture that was pushed, broadly speaking, during the 50s, the time of the highest economic prosperity for humanity. People have, broadly speaking, have had enough of that shit, and as a result are seeking to, well, have better in their lives, have some form of community, you know, something going for themselves. Better fucking wages, better fucking workers' rights. This is what people sort of inherently want. But unfortunately, such things, well, those interrupt the pocketbooks of the powers that currently be right now. And is ShoeOnHead really going to address or talk about any of those particular issues? Yes, but then she's going to do like a really idiotic, like right-wing sort of spin on it. And just essentially make her sort of point basically moot. She will very often undermine her own point that she is accurately making, saying like, yes, there's a very, very broad, large problem with the fact that there is outsized and undue control that is being held by a lot of people within power, between the corporations and the rich, blah, 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 blah. Which is something, I've said this before and I'll say it again. This is something that the right will never fucking address because they are not interested in addressing any of that. They never have been interested in addressing any of those particular fucking issues. Again, the right is about maintenance of hierarchy and systems of control. The current hierarchy that exists is highly beneficial to the right. So guess what? They will want to continue to maintain it for as long as they physically possibly can, Shoe. That's the main sort of problems here, and why a lot of lefties accurately have a lot of criticisms of ShoeOnHead, saying like, dog, the biggest problem with you, besides the fact that you don't do any reading and you engage things in a very like dumbass, bitchy bimbo kind of a way, and refuse to learn anything from any of your own mistakes whatsoever, is also the fact that you seem wholeheartedly unwilling to sort of accept any criticism for shit that people say. I know that like a bunch of her fans are probably going to be fucking annoying about all this stuff because, again, the thing with ShoeOnHead is that she's like right there and she understands a lot of the problems and she does a lot of the exact same sort of like populist sort of talking points about issues happening within the United States of America. The problem is that very often, because this is the current grift that she's on, she has to like splice in all of the dumb fuck like low IQ right-wing fucking talking points as well, because that's the current audience that she's, well, appealing to at the moment. Yeah. Guys, it turns out audience capture is just very, very fucking cringe. That's one of the biggest fucking problems. Because here's the thing. Like, again, she's always, like, right there in terms of the populist rhetoric, but then she just basically veers off and just misses.
Of that. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's...
Oh, and then she, like, blames the left for this. And just... And this is as Vosh said. I agree with what Vosh's position was on this. Just seemingly will have kid gloves with the right, but will be hyper fastidious and more critical of the left, when there is one side that is definitely much worse on these problems in comparison to the other, and that is, of course, the right.
One reason many young people are putting off having children: the complete lack of community, the lack of a village. If you can't afford to live where your family lives,
well, no, another problem is because of economics. People can't afford to have kids as well.
Move to fucking Gary, Indiana, where there's nobody around and no jobs and no family and no friends, but hey, at least you can afford a house there. That's not how life should work, Ben. Maybe take a step back and try to understand. Am I doing bird hands too much? You guys have made me so insecure about the fucking bird hands thing ever since this meme. Okay, listen, I'm a woman, okay? We are programmed to scold children, and when no children are around, we scold people on the internet, okay? Anyway, Nick Fuentes is a far-right commentator and a controversial figure to say the least. But his main topic he covers is Israel, which is an extremely hot topic that many other right-wing commentators seem to not want to touch. And the rare times they do touch it, it's...
That's certainly a way to say that the main topic that Nick Fuentes covers is Israel. That's a way to put that.
Them telling you not to talk about it, questioning why you care so much, or shape-shifting into the woke mob they fought against for so many years, calling you names, calling for you to be censored. What's funny is they didn't care about any of Nick Fuentes' rants on, like, race or women. They only started caring when his rants on Israel were blowing up. Nick recently did an interview with Tucker Carlson, which completely...
It's almost as if they've always been Zionists to begin with. Also, I'm very... Well, okay, now we have hindsight going into all of this. I wonder what ShoeOnHead would think of the fact that Nick Fuentes supported the regime change within Venezuela, because we all know that the Groypers were not particularly happy about that one. Probably might talk about that at some point. But Nick Fuentes is just a fucking grifter. the only reason why he's gotten the prominence that he has right now is because, again, Nick Fuentes, what he's essentially trying to do right now is to build his own political movement that's supposed to come out of the rotting carcass that is the current MAGA movement. And he's been effective in that sort of way for one reason and one reason only. People, broadly speaking, understand that there are differing standards that are held for fucking Israel in comparison to that of the United States of America. And people really do not fucking like any of that shit.
Ignited the MAGA civil war that was brewing on the right for some time now. It got so ridiculous that even Chuck Schumer went on the Senate floor and called for a disavowal of Nick Fuentes. Sir, with all due respect, none. Why do politicians need a resolution in the Senate to disagree with a citizen? Hello, I have gathered you all here today to disavow Hitler Bussy 420. People can't afford groceries, Charles. Ben Shapiro in particular has spent the last few months...
Well, I mean, we all know... fucking Chuck Schumer is just completely cucked the fucking, like, deep state in Israel. That's why he says the things that he says, right? Like, that's, like, unironically, that's just true.
It's extremely confused and angry about Zoran Mamdani and Nick Fuentes becoming popular in the mainstream, all while his numbers continue to drop. I honestly don't think he understands what is happening here, so I am going to explain to you, Ben, what exactly is going on here. The American dream does not exist anymore for most people. Young people followed advice that worked for older generations, and it got them nowhere. Young people are tired of this stale, moldy, old, dead consensus that has dominated American politics for a very long time.
This is very similar to the talking points that urgently firing also said, which I do agree with, by the way, and I don't disagree with what ShoeOnHead is saying here. Yeah, people want a sense of community. People have had enough of the stupid sort of consumerist corporate culture that exists within America. I'm certainly fucking sick of it as well. In fucking Canada, it's very similar up here. I'm also fucking sick and tired of all that bullshit. And yeah, people want to have a broader sense of fucking community. But guess what? Powers that be, that being a lot of the fucking lobbies, the car lobby, the oil and gas lobby, you know, fossil fuel lobbies and whatnot, military-industrial complex, don't want that. Why? Because of the fact that they are just... They just want a bunch of money, man. Sometimes it really is just Occam's razor. It's just a bunch of people who just want a bunch of money.
Long time. The one that dragged us into all these foreign wars and sold us out for some cheap plastic shit from China. Young people are tired of being told to sit down and shut up and pledge allegiance to the free market in a country that seems to not give a shit about them, as well as a foreign country they have absolutely no connection to. For so long, establishment hacks and establishment shills looked at the issues bothering the people and just kind of dismissed them. Can't afford to live where you grew up? Just move. Don't like that the toothpaste is locked behind plexiglass? Just deal with it. Think it's kind of fucked up how you work 40 hours a week and still can't afford to pay rent? What are you, some kind of communist? You don't like funding a genocide with your tax dollars? What are you, anti-Semitic? If you don't address the issues of the people will gravitate towards those who are addressing those issues. It's not Mamdani's fault he won. It's yours. It's not Nick Fuentes' fault he's popular. It's yours. The tragedy of Ben Shapiro is that he led a life worshipping the free market, only to lose in the free marketplace of ideas. Now, with all this neocon rhetoric coming out of the GOP, are the Democrats going to pick up the populist ball that they are fumbling? Are they actually going to get their shit together? Well, they are trying, because they have written an article called Deciding to Win, where after interviewing over 300,000...
No, I mean, the answer is just no to all these questions, obviously. The Democrats are, again, I've talked about this before, but the Democrats are also captured by the exact same fucking interests. It's corporate oligarchic fucking interests. That's the main problem.
American voters from both parties. They may have finally discovered the secret to winning. To give ourselves the best chance to win, we recommend the following changes to our approach. Democrats need to 1. Focus our messaging on an economic program centered on lowering costs, growing the economy, creating jobs, and expanding the social safety net. 2. Advocate for popular economic policies. Moderate our positions where our agenda is unpopular, including on issues like immigration, public safety, energy production, and some identity and cultural issues. So basically, it took you guys 10 years, millions of dollars, and dozens of Microsoft team meetings to come to the conclusion that everyone has been saying forever. You wasted a decade worshiping at the altar of mentally ill Karens, and now you're acting like, hey, what if we were normal? Is it ground...
This analysis is not fucking entirely correct. Okay. Yes. The main problem with the Democrats is the fact that they decided to completely shun economic populism, but it's not because of mentally ill woke Karens or whatever. No, that's not the fucking main reasoning, Shu. The reason is because, again, the Democrats and the Republican Party have the exact same fucking interests and have had the exact same fucking interests for the past 40 years at this point. And that is, corporations and the fucking rich. That's the main sort of problem here, right? So again, it's one of those things where it's just like, yeah, ShoeOnHead is correct in some of the prescriptions, but then very often it'll just kind of like veer off course and just like go into like a random fucking direction where it's just like, okay, well now you're just fucking losing me because it's not, you're not entirely wrong, but you're not entirely right either.
Breaking political discovery. You. I could have told you all this for free. It is a bad sign that it took you over a decade to come to the same conclusion.
And also, again, yada yada the political consultancy class and its fucking consequences have affected the Americans for the latter part of about 2 generations.
That my audience has come to like a decade ago. And they're all retarded. Please reflect on this, I beg of you. Also, what do you mean you had unpopular positions on public safety? Like, why would you even say that out loud? Yeah, let's vote for the party that admits it was wrong about the issue of crackheads shanking people in the street. I love this quote from Nancy Pelosi, randomly shoved in here.
Winning an election is a decision. You make a decision to win, and then you make every decision in favor of winning.
How deep? How thought-provoking. Thank you, Nancy. What would we do without you? Probably win an election.
Democrats have changed our focus. In comparison with the Democratic Party of 2012, today's Democratic Party is more focused on issues like climate change, democracy, abortion, and identity and cultural concerns, and less focused on the economy and middle class. The table below shows this shift through an analysis of the prevalence of selected words in the 2024 Democratic Party platform in comparison with the 2012 Democratic Party platform.
This whole study is really interesting, but I need you guys to see this chart because when I first saw this, the scream I screamed. So Democrats since 2012 have increased their rhetoric on race by sit down, 1,137%. On the gays, 1,044%. Their rhetoric on men has decreased by 51%. It is now negative 51%. On fathers, negative 100%. They just stopped talking about that shit. Veterans, negative 31. F them. The economy, negative 51 because nobody cares about that, right? The middle class, 79%, but I guess you can't really talk about something that is disappearing. And jobs, negative 47%. It somehow gets worse. Apparently voters trust Republicans more on the most important issues to them and trust Democrats the most on the...
By the way, this has completely flipped. I'm just like letting her say her point here because it's not entirely accurate because, again, the Republicans also do not talk about policy like this either. They do not give a shit about any sort of economic emancipatory sort of positions either. They're full of shit. Again, both parties are wholeheartedly captured by the exact same interests, that being corporations and the rich, which is something that, again, leftists have been pointing out for the latter part of, 40 fucking years, and everyone has been saying, like, yeah, these are all the problems. If they don't get addressed, there's going to be big problems. Oh, none of it's getting addressed? Oh, and all the big problems are here now. Blah, 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 blah. Whatever.
Least important issues to them. Like, they literally care the least about LGBT, but trust Democrats the most with it. The most popular Democratic policies among voters are things like lowering drug prices, banning stock trading, expanding Medicare, and raising the minimum wage. While the most unpopular Democratic policies are things like abolishing the police, providing free healthcare to illegal immigrants, and affirmative action. You're telling me this for the first time. Democrats, here is some advice for free. You can't.
Okay, they don't, like, problem immediately. Democrats don't fucking run on these issues. Nobody fucking runs on these issues. I don't know how many times this has to be said to you fucking morons. What fucking Democratic politician has run on defund the fucking police? Providing, I don't know, what was it, healthcare or whatever the fuck to illegal migrants? Okay, first off, probably not a good idea to have a bunch of illegal migrants just randomly dying out in the fucking streets from easily preventable diseases. Not a great look, makes you look kind of bad. Just gonna have to throw that out there real quick. This wouldn't be a problem if America also had a universal healthcare system, but whatever. This is America and all of its inherent contradictions. Always rearing their fucking ugly goddamn heads. Consistently with America. This is America. Don't catch you slipping up. These are, broadly speaking, things that people really don't give much of a shit about. Like, yeah... You know what? Okay, here's the thing. Very often with the Democrats and the Republican Party, they do not engage with most of the sort of issues that most people care about because, again, captured by corporate interests. Republicans also consistently love to fucking talk about culture war talking points and issues because that's what's been popular on their base and in social media for the latter part of about 10 years. Something that you also contributed to, Shue. You've contributed to that. When people want to talk about more sort of important economic populist sort of positions, a lot of dumbasses online prefer to talk about culture war points because everyone, broadly speaking, knows that when it comes to actual fucking policy, Republicans have fucking nothing. Democrats, at the very least, have some prescriptions for policy to improve material conditions, but it's always going to be something that's always going to be just barely enough around the edges and is not going to shake up things too much. But will still maintain the same fundamental sort of power structures. Republicans could give less of a flying fuck about any of that shit. They don't care. Like, they don't really give much of a flying fuck about any of that whatsoever. So, because they would prefer to have people eat shit and die. But if it means the minorities can eat shit and die a little more, that's a sacrifice that they're willing to make. They don't give a fuck, right? Republicans, wholeheartedly captured by their own sort of fucking racist interests. That's not ridiculous or hyperbolic to say. That's just a fact. That's just true, right? So, it's a fucking... I don't know how many times this has to be said, but it really is just one of those things where, again, George Carlin, it's a big fucking club, and your dumbass is not fucking in it, right? And that's what it purely is. It's a real big club, and you are just not in it, right? We all, broadly speaking, understand that Congress operates with the interests of one particular class of people in mind, consistently. And that is, the fucking rich, who has been consistent in terms of calling out that behavior amongst both fucking parties. The fucking left, right? And now, you could just be like, well, Daho, aren't you being a little dishonest here? ShoeOnHead is talking about corporate fucking Democrats. Is she? Because very often, and this is one of the problems that I have with fucking ShoeOnHead, she kind of blurs that line and kind of says both of them at the same time. She's never very consistent on this. So is she actually talking about corporate Democrats when she says this? I don't know. I'm going to assume, I guess, maybe. There's no way of knowing 100% for certain because ShoeOnHead has been whiff-waffly about this in the past. So we don't really know 100% for certain. We can operate off of the assumption that she's saying these things. I can only operate in sort of good faith here. But I have no idea. We don't really fucking know exactly. Because again, ShoeOnHead very, very often will just be like, throw sort of like both camps in because, fuck it, who cares? I don't have to be actively responsible with my own fucking platform. Who gives a fuck about any of that shit? Fuck you, don't be a cucked lefty. But it turns out, if we're talking about important issues within politics, such as that of economics, being consistent about this stuff actually kind of fucking important. Very, very, very critical, actually. But ShoeOnHead never really does any of the due diligence for that whatsoever.
Just be MAGA light. Why would people drink Mr. Pibb when Dr. Pepper is right there? You know what I'm saying? You gotta bring something different, something better to the table. And that difference should be working class focused economic populism. I don't just want two neocon parties, okay? But all this is pointless when it's clear the Dems are not changing at all.
Too late. It's always been two neocon fucking parties and has been ever since Ronald Reagan. Welcome to fucking Reaganism. Welcome to fucking neoliberalism, Shoe. I thought you knew about this shit already.
They're just gonna change their messaging. They're putting pretty wrapping paper and a bow on a big fat smelly turd. There's a chance that the Democrats may win based entirely on Orange Man bad again, which means they might get into office by learning absolutely f***ing nothing again. Then the voters will go, oh my god, nothing has changed, and then they'll vote for...
Well, that's because, again, nobody ever fucking learns anything. This is American politics. We're dealing with a bunch of Lumpenprole peasant servile dipshits, right? On both the side of the Democrats and also the Republicans, but more so on the side of the fucking Republican Party.
Republican. American politics is just a revolving door of villains, isn't it? Rest assured, whoever wins, we lose. If you're actually gonna do this if you're actually gonna do what you're saying in this little article, you better be going whole hog, not just the tip. I'm talking embracing shoe-socialism.
Oh god, I'm gonna fucking shoot myself.
For many years, I have been smeared as many things. Grifter, flip-flopper, fence-sitter, racist, sexist, homophobic.
I mean, you are definitely a grifter and are definitely a flip-flopper because, again, you're appealing to right-leaning people because that's the current fucking vibe right now. Like, that's definitely a fact. Is ShoeOnHead a racist? No, I don't think so. Is she a fucking homophobe? Probably not explicitly a homophobe, but she will implicitly do some fucking homophobia because, again, she'll just fall for certain particular far-right conspiracy rabbit hole nonsense and just parrot it as if it's true and just be incredibly fucking irresponsible. What ShoeOnHead absolutely is, like I said, very fucking irresponsible.
but I am not a grifter, flip-flopper, or a fence-sitter. I'm simply living in 2055. You see, America has been a hyper-capitalist, economically center-right, socially center-left country since about the mid-century. And I know libertarians in my audience are going to be like, it's not capitalism, it's cronyism. Okay, whatever the f you want to call it, it sucks, okay?
It's
So what if
capitalism.
instead, and hear me out, what if instead we were
Don't
a
be a
more
bitch.
people-focused, community-focused, working-class-focused, economically left, socially right country? All the data shows more people fall into that quadrant.
Fucking Christ, man. That's not gonna work either, dude. The younger generations, broadly speaking, are more woke than fucking ever. It's not gonna fucking work. The people just want left-leaning issues. They just want to go more to the fucking left. That's literally it. On both cultural and also economic fucking positions. The younger generations are just more to the left. That's just how it fucking is. They're not more conservative on some stuff. Also, like, this is a very, very fucking broad. What do we mean by, like, more conservative on both cultural and social issues and economic positions? Why are we trying to do, like, a whole centrism bit on all of this? Like, what the fuck is this, dude? This is shoe-silism? Shoe-silism? Shoe-silism. I can't fucking pronounce that, okay? I'm probably dyslexic. Shoe-silism. 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 I'm gonna stop trying to pronounce that. No, this is not gonna fucking work either. If we actually care about populist policies, shoe like you pretend to be, having protections for LGBTQ people are, broadly speaking, popular. Having protections for trans people, broadly speaking, fucking popular amongst the American populace. In terms of cultural and economic issues, the American people are left-leaning. Period. End of fucking story. No one fucking thinks like this, dude. It's very fucking stupid. Besides, like, look, more progressive on both. 46% of the fucking electorate. Again, the majority of people, in this instance, plurality of fucking people, both support left-leaning positions. Period. End of story. Socially and culturally. But I don't know. We have to do, like, some weird fuck... For someone who loves to deride centrism all the time, we now have to do some, like, weird centrism bullshit here. It's like, okay, dude, whatever. Nice meme.
The populist quadrant, the shoe-socialist quadrant, if you will, than the current system we are in today. If a shoe-socialist party existed, it would be incredibly popular, but it doesn't exist. And that's probably by design, honestly. The Social Democrat Party of Denmark has passed many progressive policies that liberals in America would only dream of. Protection from rent hikes, free college and healthcare, carbon taxes, and a very strong welfare system. But the Social Democrat Party also believes in a strict immigration policy. They believe that if immigration is too fast or chaotic, it puts pressure on working class communities, weakens social unity, and makes it harder to maintain their strong welfare system. Wow, what a f***ing grifter Denmark is. I feel like so many people nowadays are like terminally left-right brain to the point where like they look at issues and instead of being like, that solution makes sense to me, I believe that, I agree with that, they instead go, that's the left-wing solution, therefore I will believe in that. And it's so stupid and hyper-partisan, it makes absolutely no sense to me, and that's why I think like a lot of left-right brain hyper-partisan people don't understand me or people like me. That's why they call me...
I don't know why we're bringing in fucking immigration into this sort of like main cultural thing. That doesn't make any fucking sense to me. It's stupid. If anything, they're making the economic argument. That's not a cultural thing. Again, broadly speaking, immigration is fine. People need immigration. The systems are already strict. The problem within immigration for America is the fact that the Republicans, broadly speaking, defund a lot of the courts and necessary sort of, not vestiges, but the necessary sort of institutions needed to administer immigration because, again, like I've been consistently saying before during this entire video, Republicans have no issues to run on and so have to make up issues to run on because they can't run on policy because, broadly speaking, they are highly unpopular. Their policies are just extremely, extremely unpopular. So what do they do instead? I don't know. Jingle some fucking keys about crime and fucking immigration instead, which the Democratic Party has zero effective fucking pushback on because in reality, they don't actually give much of a shit about that.
Centrist or fence sitter or flip-flopper or whatever. And it's like, no, I'm not a fence sitter. I have many strong opinions. you just don't like them. And no, I'm not a flip-flopper just because you don't understand the concept of having opinions that don't perfectly fall.
And Shu has to bring in her own fucking grievances that lefties have accurately brought up before by bringing up a bunch of fucking bullshit. Again, the broad problem with ShoeOnHead is that she's willing to adopt certain fucking framings based off of, well, who's been her fucking partner the last time before. Currently, again, she's got a fucking Catholic fucking nationalist as her fucking husband, rather, at this moment in time. So therefore, she has to adopt more right-leaning positions. Yeah, listen, it's a little sexist of me to fucking say this. Yeah, sure, but like, unironically, this seems to be the fucking case.
On the arbitrary, always changing left-right axis that is American circus politics. There's nothing incoherent about my beliefs on paper. None of them contradict one another. I don't understand. She likes free healthcare but doesn't want to chemically castrate children? She believes in workers' rights but wants to...
That's a thing that doesn't fucking happen, by the way. Again, this is what I fucking mean. Shu, I don't know how many times this has to be said. Trans people, trans minors, generally speaking, don't get the fucking surgeries. The only time when HRT happens on a fucking goddamn minor is in extreme fucking circumstances. And trust me, there's plenty of fucking consultations about that before they go through with that shit. This is why people think you're a fucking grifter.
Stricter border? I don't get it. Like, where is the contradiction? I'm basically just Bernie Sanders before he got his spine surgically removed by the DNC. In conclusion, MAGA and the Republican Party embracing populism is what made them so popular in the first place. But if the Republican Party's answer to all these issues young people are having is, F you, just move, you're not talented, maybe you'll own a home when you're 70 years old, they're doomed. Like, they had a small, brief fling with populism and ghosted it. Just pumped and dumped. Like a fat whore they're ashamed of and won't bring out...
Same thing during the first Trump administration. Again, This is just the Republican Party. This has always been the Republican Party, ideologically speaking. But Shu's not willing to recognize any of that on purpose.
Out on dates in public. As I'm editing this, Trump and Mamdani had a meeting together, and it was very interesting.
We were discussing when Bernie Sanders was out of the race.
We're gay for each other
now. Had no idea. When he was put out of the race, I think quite unfairly, if you want to know the truth, many of the Bernie Sanders voters voted for me. And I felt very comfortable, frankly, in seeing that and saying that. I would feel very, very comfortable being in New York, and I think much more so after the meeting. We agree on a lot more than I would have thought.
I'm sorry, this is my new favorite problematic Yowie ship. They love each other. Maybe it's not over, folks. Maybe the power of friendship and populism will save us all.
No, it's again, the only reason why Trump likes Zoran Mamdani is because Zoran Mamdani has main character energy, and that's the only thing that Trump cares about, is having main character energy. Unironically. Like, is it that fucking childish and ridiculous? Yes, but we're talking about Trump here, who is a child.
Listen, I want my kids to grow up in a safe and affordable world where they can get jobs and they can start a family and then they can have the same for their kids. And I feel like at the end of the day, that's what most people want, left and right. They just have different ideas on how to get there. It just so happens my ideas happen to be the correct ones. And if you disagree with them, you will...
No, most of the shit that you say are framed in particular ways that are definitely fucking wrong, dude. Like, it's just fucking ridiculous, man. It's just like... Yeah, dude, I'm totally right about all this stuff. Now, here's how I'm going to, generally speaking, blame a lot of the left for a bunch of fucking bullshit that right-wingers have told me I have to blame the left for. It's just like, no, Shu, that's not how any of this works, buddy. That's just not the case, man.
Will be sent to the re-education camp. Do you want one? Do you want a nuggie? Pledge your allegiance to Shoesalism and you get a nuggie. So that was that little video. If you liked it, please subscribe for more.
Your ideology is fucking dog shit and is inherently contradictory. But yeah, shouldn't really have expected much of anything else from fucking ShoeOnHead. I'm gonna be quite honest. Yeah, Shoesalism, I can't pronounce that word properly. I just can't do it. Dog shit ideology. That's my rating on this. And as expected from ShoeOnHead, continues to adopt all of the right-wing framings on a lot of these issues. For what purpose exactly? Because again, her current fucking husband is a far righter. That's like literally it. Honestly, once you, I saw this take on Twitter, and once I saw that, I was just like, oh yeah, that's like a perfect way to sort of like summarize ShoeOnHead's sort of ideological proclivities in a nutshell. Whatever her current partner sort of adopts is going to be ShoeOnHead's fucking positions. And that's just literally about it. It's just easy. It's everything becomes easier once you do it like that. Her boyfriend or her husband is, broadly speaking, a conservative fucking populist who also believes in a lot of the exact same right-wing cultural fucking bullshit that also ShoeOnHead is currently espousing right now. And that is why people, broadly speaking, think of ShoeOnHead as a fucking goddamn grifter. don't think there's really much else to say besides, Shu, stop doing the dumbass fucking bimbo shit and do some fucking goddamn reading and reject Shucialism. That shit's fucking stupid and fucking lame. Okay, I had no opportunity or time to address the dumbass fucking shit that Woli was fucking saying, because mentally fucking ill right-winger, because I don't care, because you're mentally fucking ill and stupid. Do you not fucking understand? Bro's definitely not here. Do you not understand the Alex Jones meme when he was just like yelling Jude? This is why fucking Ford is being a fucking dumbass sometimes, is gonna get me fucking banned one day because of his just fucking stupidity to want to just randomly say stupid shit. It's like, okay, bro. God damn you, Ford. Now I might have a potential mess to fucking clean up, but whatever. 3IQ moron is gone from forever. I could give less of a flying fuck about whatever idiotic shit that someone like this Woli individual who barely understands the world has to say about fucking combat sports or some fucking stupid shit. Okay, well, we have red circuits. Very cool, very good. What else is there? Okay, this fucking bit is so awkward. Mine entity carbon ore, but to get the main part of this started, you need fucking calcite for this. Which is so strange, because you have to import that. And there's no calcite on this planet. I really don't see... What exactly is the point of having carbon then here? It's very strange. So what? We gotta get the calcite into a bunch of calciners, and then we get the slaked lime, and then we get the calcium. And that can let us make vanadium dust. But the problem is, we still have to make this shit, I believe. So sulfur dioxide from hydrogen sulfide. Gotta use that shit. That gives us sulfur. It also gives us sulfur. A lot more sulfur. And steam. Which we need to make sulfuric acid. There's a problem with all of this still, though. To make vanadium oxide, we need vanadium concentrate, which we have, and sulfuric acid, which means we have to import sulfuric acid to be able to start the whole process. Okay. That's done with assembly machines. Huh? Make a block and see exactly what our sort of numbers are here. What are we working with here? .766. It's not a lot, and we make like a lot more than that per second. Okay. Cool. Now, making sulfuric acid's not going to be that difficult for us. Although honestly, we can also do it the normal way as well. We have water, we can make sulfur relatively soon. And we have iron plates. Shouldn't be that hard. Per second. We can keep going. I will need to find a source of stone relatively soon. 23 per second. We can definitely keep going. Okay, vanadium oxide. We need vanadium oxide. This shit's a fucking loop. Of course it is. Okay. Vanadium oxide. We need sulfuric acid to make this shit. Problem. To make sulfuric acid, we need sulfuric acid. So the only way forward, then, is to jumpstart the process with a bit of sulfuric acid. That's it. Perfect. We're going to turn our pink dust into yellow dust soon, once we get some sulfuric acid, but we need some sulfuric acid. So to jumpstart this whole thing, we need sulfuric acid. Where's the vanadium? Okay, vanadium oxide catalyst. We need to make a bunch of these things as well. What about the science pack? The science pack, I believe, is just a bunch of sodium hydroxide and catalysts as well. And a lot of vanadium plate. What the hell's going on here? No space science, eh? Why is that? Are you stuck, you idiot? Yes, you are stuck, you idiot. Okay. Are you stuck? Oh. Well, we're gonna have to clean up that fucking belt mess that we have now. So we have a bit of a... It would appear that some stuff mixed under the belts that should not have. I did an oopsie poopsie with the belts. Bit of an oopsie poopsie. That needs to be fixed. We'll fix that eventually. Luckily, we really do not need high-speed processors at this point, so it should be fine. This thing will self-regulate and fix itself eventually. Just take some time. This is going to be very annoying to clean up. Won't be the end of the world, though. It's fine. Okay, lovely. Well, this should fix you, at least for the time being. Maybe it would have been better if I were to just make the science packs here, but we needed like nanites and shit like that. This whole shifting nonsense is very fucking annoying. It's fine. Good progress made here. We'll have to bring in... We'll have to ship in some sulfuric acid then. Make the vanadium oxide in order to kickstart the whole process, and then this place will be able to make its own sulfuric acid. And then, obviously, we'll have our catalyst, blah, 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 and we'll keep going. Oh, man. Alright. I'm gonna grab more water. And then we're gonna continue talking about the bullshit we got in the fucking docket, because we got some wacky stuff. I'll be right back, gamers. Alright, we're back. We're so back. Canada, China. Where is... is Pierre? Here's Pierre. Conservatives are more interested in trying to get the fucking hypocrisy burns because they're idiots. Who cares? Where's Dougie? I think I got everything I want. Do. Alright. This should be a quick one. quick starter. Oh, I have to send this to Ford because this is funny. This is funny to me. Alright. Let's get started with this shit. LSF. Dog shit fucking subreddit. Why? Because this fucking dude right here. Former head LSF mod, Stale 2000. From what I understand, it dude's a fucking Destiny fan. And has, well, been paid by Destiny before to boost certain fucking threads. When I said, again, like, Destiny's whole shtick is that he wanted to centralize all left-leaning content around himself, and that he wanted to just monopolize everything around himself. Yeah, 1000 fucking %. And as we all know, the thing with Reddit mods, especially like Stale 2000 over here, God, he is the perfect phenotype of fucking Reddit moderator. Very nerdy looking, balding fucking hairline. Bro, dude, take some fucking minoxidil or some shit. Take some fucking Rogaine or something. Like, or just cut it all off. Put a hairpiece on or some shit. God, you look like complete fucking dog shit, dude. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, you're not doing yourself any favors with the way that you're presenting as the head moderator of one of the most dog shit fucking Reddit threads or subreddits on the fucking planet, and you're saying shit like Reddit mods should be treated like celebrities or influencers, not because they deserve respect, but because they actually have real power / influence. Bro, what the fuck is this shit, dude? What kind of fucking cringe ass, dopey ass, fucking stupid ass, like power trippy, weird ass bullshit is this? The same thing happens in like a lot of lefty subreddits. Same thing happens in a lot of other fucking subreddits. All these like head mods of these dumbass subreddits think that they have giant fucking cocks because they're mods of a fucking subreddit, dude. That's the most, again, pathetic, weird ass fucking bullshit on the fucking planet. Like, you unironically think that you have like real power and influence because you're the subreddit of a fucking mod of like essentially what's like another snark Reddit. Like, okay, dude, very, very cool. I mean, if we want to do the hyper technical argument, I guess that's like the case, because have people done broader reporting on like using LSF threads? Maybe to get like certain clips or something, I guess. Has LSF been responsible for like the successes of certain streamers? Sure, you can make that argument. You can also make that argument that they've been the downfall of certain streamers. Maybe. I don't think so. I think like the only reason why like Miskiff became as popular as he was is because of LSF. I think that's probably a fact, but like any other examples, I'm just like blanking. I'm failing to come up with like really anything. I don't know, whatever. Let's take a look at this Reddit moderator phenotype.
Hello, Spez, Mr. CEO of Reddit. I hope you have received this public video that I have created.
Jesus Christ, bro's voice is really, it really is just phenotypical fucking Redditor. Jesus Christ, dude.
Created and sent to you via your email. I'm Brian, or Stale 2000, or Tarot Card. I was the top moderator of your #1 gaming subreddit, r/livestreamfail, before...
Okay, to call LSF a gaming subreddit is very funny to me. Yeah. Gaming subreddit. Okay, dude.
I was recently removed from that position by the Reddit Code of Conduct team. There was an announcement related to a live stream related game show called $1 Million Fan. It was basically a game show like Survivor or Big Brother where fans of a streamer compete in different challenges with an influencer or a streamer for various prizes. The kicker here is that there was a grand prize of $20 million, supposedly. But I also had a stretch goal.
Bullshit. What the fuck was that cut, bro? Yeah, there's no way $20 million in a streamer reality TV show? Nah, bullshit. Definite fucking bullshit. That's for certain. So what, he got removed because apparently he's like a scammer? Well, see, I mean, here's the thing. He definitely gets paid by like Dan Saltman to have like his schizo nonsense fucking boosted. That's for fucking certain. More than likely, if I were to take a guess. Because psychotic freak, DGGers are all a bunch of psychotic freaks. We know that this guy's like a DGG fan. So, again, psychotic fucking freaks. I don't know, dude. Like, dude's got like the sort of like perfect sort of cadence and I don't know, like affect and phenotype of a fucking goddamn Destiny viewer. Okay, let's be quite honest here. Looks like a loser, sounds like a fucking loser, is more than likely a fucking loser because of the fact that he's just like, Reddit mods should be treated like celebrities or influencers. And is going to come up with like a really like dumb fucking argument to justify this shit.
And that was, what if LSF could be part of the show in some way? I don't know, there could be like a LSF-themed best clip contest. Like contestants compete in one of the kind of small challenges, they make the best clip, and then somebody kind of wins a prize at the end.
Okay, well, see, I think you just kind of fucked yourself over there by attaching LSF to this streamer game show because of the fact that you said that there's allegedly a $20 million prize. That's bullshit, by the way. I don't fucking believe that. At the end, that's someone's fucking supposed to win. I don't believe that for even 3 seconds that there's going to be a $20 million fucking prize. So I guess to potentially get ahead out of any potential like scam sort of a drama, maybe the CEO of Reddit is trying to get ahead of this and it's just trying to get rid of your dumbass instead. I don't know. Like, I can only take a guess.
This felt like one of the coolest things that a subreddit has ever done. I mean, being in a freaking reality TV show in a topic that's directly related to the subreddit, how awesome. And what I can tell you, for those who, may not believe that for most moderators, I'm a highly paid software engineer working in San Francisco. I do not need to take a couple $1,000 bribes from, random internet scams, okay? It's really not a secret or very surprising. I got removed directly for the post that I pinned to the top of the subreddit related to the game show or supposed and alleged scam, as well as kind of for deleting comments that were kind of critical of it. Reddit moderators have power. They have influence. An even crazier story is the time when some Twitch employees found me in person and borderline begged me to make sure LSF is not used to destroy the multi-billion-dollar company Twitch.
Okay, I don't fucking believe that for even 3 fucking seconds. Nah, this is like typical Redditor fucking phenotype moderator bullshit here, okay? This dude's just a power-tripping fucking weirdo. Consistent pattern of behavior with Reddit moderators. Bro thinks he's tough shit because of the fact that he gets to be the head mod of fucking LSF, one of the dregs of fucking society.
None of this would have happened if I had gotten support from Reddit. If Reddit had offered me partnerships, if Reddit had pipelines to connect with kind of major companies, if Reddit had
Okay, buddy, I don't think Reddit wants to offer you really much of anything because, broadly speaking, people have an understanding of LSF's reputation, broadly speaking, as it being like a shithole fucking subreddit filled with like a collection of some of the most mentally ill fucking weirdos on the planet. Like, mentally ill, just very parasocial, like, a collection of super weirdos ever. And nobody wants anything to do with that shit. Borderline snark Reddit, borderline fucking, like, Kiwi Farms-esque thread. Like, we can, like, go through the history of just all the terrible shit that LSF has sort of done here. And there's quite a few examples that you could point to. But I think it makes a lot of sense that Reddit would probably like to come up with some form of an excuse to try to get rid of your dumbass, because again, you're just a power-tripping fucking weirdo.
Lawyers that were helping me, like, reading over these contracts, reading over these agreements, none of these very real mistakes that I made would have happened. That doesn't mean it's my fault or their fault. It's your fault, Spez. Here's why. Sure, Reddit moderators don't need Christmas celebrations or special badges or community or events or team building exercises. No, even the Reddit event budget is barely useful. No, they need real material support. That means access to anything that like a talent manager would give an actual celebrity. So an access to a bounty board or
like, what the fuck is this shit? What, does he think he's like a talent manager or something? What are we talking about here? What? Weren't you removed as head moderator? Like, that's your biggest fucking problem here or something? I'm so fucking confused, man. I'm so lost. This is so fucking weird. I mean, again, like you said before, it's just power trippy weird bullshit. He's a fucking Reddit moderator, so he thinks he's tough shit. Like, that's literally all there really is to this. It's weird, it's awkward, it's desperate. I think it's pathetic. And why the fuck are you making this like really desperate message to Spez to let you back on as the head moderator of one of the worst subreddits that's currently on Reddit? Like, this is stupid.
Bad deals or lawyers or event organizers or professionals or anything that actually matters. To summarize, Reddit moderators should be treated like celebrities or influencers, not because...
Absolutely the fuck not. Looking at you and just seeing your sort of affect, you are repellent. The fact that you think that you should be treated like a celebrity or an influencer is genuinely fucking insane. Your sort of like cadence, your affect, bro, you also look like a disheveled fucking weirdo. Please cut your fucking hair, man. Just go bald, dude. You're not saving that fucking hairline. It's over. Minoxidil ain't doing shit. Rogaine ain't doing shit. You are fucking cooked, buddy. Please get rid of your fucking haircut, okay? Get that shit off your head top, okay? It's over for your hair, all right? Like, the fact that you think that you should be treated like a celebrity or an influencer is pretty much like peak power trippy, weird Reddit moderator behavior. Completely fucking nonsensical, dude. And yeah, he's probably gonna say like, not because they deserve respect, but because they have like real power and influence. Again, like, technically speaking, if we want to be like hyper technical, I guess in a certain way, LSF can make or break certain streamers depending on how they react to it and they get more prominence and popularity. But here's the thing, if you fall out of the good graces of LSF, it's over. That fucking audience is extremely fickle and will disappear. They will never be like a quote-unquote core part of a community or whatever. Because there's no community that you want to make with like these weirdo like drama mongering Kiwi Farm-esque fucking weirdo parasocial weirdos. Like, no, like these people should be like repelled away. Like, no, I want absolutely nothing to do with these people.
They deserve respect or anything, but because they actually have real power and influence.
Yeah, dude. I mean, again, like, it's just weird peak Reddit moderator power tripping behavior, and this is pretty much like every single Reddit moderator. Okay, all of the lefty subreddits, they all are typically moderated by dipshit fucking tankies, and if you say one thing about like Lenin, bad thing about Lenin or Stalin, they'll just probably ban you. Very, very cool. Same with like any other like conservative subreddit. You say one bad thing about Trump, they're gonna fucking ban you. Although honestly, I believe they banned r/the Donald because again, they were doing a lot of fucking psychotic behavior in there. So they yeeted that fucking subreddit. You know, doxing campaigns, general sort of harassment, yada yada yada. It was becoming like basically Kiwi Farms. So the Reddit stepped in and was just like, no, fuck off. So anywho, what I don't know, like what else is there to really say about this? It's just, dude, you have like the perfect sort of cadence, phenotype, and personality to be a fucking Reddit moderator, genuinely fucking unlikable, and the fact that you think that you should be treated like a celebrity or an influencer is genuinely fucking insane to me. But shouldn't be really surprised by this dude who has all the power seemingly wanting to go to his head for like no fucking reason just because he's a Reddit moderator. Like, genuinely fucking pathetic behavior from this, I don't know, seemingly overly parasocial fucking weirdo known as Stale 2000. A DGG fan, by the way. Oh, man. Time to talk about the lumpen proletariat. Ugh. Trump just tapped Marco Rubio, Tony Blair, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and World Bank President Ajay Banga as founding members of a so-called Gaza Board of Peace. That shit is not going anywhere, dude. Did Arab and Israeli leaders convince you to not strike Iran? No one convinced me. I convinced myself. I mean, this is the same dude who said, like, well, you know, it's my own morality for as to why I shouldn't bomb people, so meh, whatever. All right. All right, let's get started with this shit. Trump to Mamdani voters. A phenomenon that happened in the election of Zora Mamdani, the successful election of Zora Mamdani. 10% of New York City's Trump voters turned around and voted for Zoran. Now, we've talked about this broader phenomenon, broadly speaking. Why do these people not vote for Andrew Cuomo? Let's be honest here, because these people only care about certain vibes. That's about it. A lot of people within American politics only voted for Trump for one reason and one reason only, because of the vibe shift. That's literally about it. Trump, at the very least, was pretending to care about certain issues like affordability, whereas the Democrats didn't care about shit at all. My broader prescription for as to why they lost 2024, generally speaking, because they wanted to run on nothing and just, I don't know, be allowed to win as a result. Obviously, that's not how one wins elections. Should go without much saying whatsoever. But here, there was like this famous dude who had like a MAGA for Mamdani sort of hat and a shirt on, and everyone was just like, "What the fuck is this? This is wild and this is crazy." But then again, like, here's the problem with these people: they're just like peasant brain. And this is what we're going to talk about, the lumpen proletariat. Now, I understand a lot of lefties, they do this thing where they see the peasants as like these noble savages who just, if you have the correct sort of leader to properly guide them, to socialism. You're going to be able to build a successful socialist project when that's not the proletariat whatsoever. The proletariat, broadly speaking, have some form of an education. They are actively given class conscious. These Lumpenprole, if they very easily could just vote against their own interests, they just would, 1000%. All these people do is just go with the flow, go with the vibe. They are literally no different than serfs, I'll be quite honest. It's very servile. These people are not going to be consistent voters for left-wing fucking populists or candidates. They're just going to vote for whoever they think is going to bring them what they want at the moment. That's like literally it. But why don't we take a look here by More Perfect Union. Generally speaking, makes very good videos, but some of the problems that I have with More Perfect Union is they do the thing that Maoists do very often. Not that I'm saying that they're Maoists themselves. They're definitely on the left. But generally speaking, they try to sort of infantilize, is the term I'm looking for, a lot of just voters within America. When, generally speaking, a lot of voters within America are just dipshits. Let's be honest here. A lot of them are fucking stupid, and there's complicated reasonings for why that's the case. Mostly stemming from the fact that civic nationalism within America, broadly speaking, is dead. Guess who fucking killed it? Oh, George Bush and Ronald fucking Reagan by doing the cuts to education that they did. Anywho, preamble aside, let's take a look at the video.
Right away, they call me a communist. They call me a socialist. You're not conservative. You're not MAGA. That's what people say. You cannot
not MAGA.
Time out. You cannot be MAGA and Mamdani. Why not? Why can't you be? To me, it's the most natural thing in the world.
When Zoran Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, met with Donald Trump in the Oval Office, it wasn't supposed to go well.
The president has been repeatedly referring to him as a communist.
But then?
Congratulations, Mr. Mayor. The better he does, the happier I am. We're going to be helping him to make everybody's dream come true.
People start looking at me like...
So, we talked about this before. The reason why Trump decided to fawn at Mamdani's feet is because Trump is a recognizer of one thing and one thing only. That's political talent. He knows Mamdani's got that fucking talent. Not only that, Mamdani has huge main character energy. Vibes. Vibes is the most important things to these people. He had the vibe of the main character, which is something that Trump wants to emulate super, super badly. He wants to be a main character so badly, and he's desperate to have that energy. Why do you think he likes Putin so much? Why do you think he likes Xi so much? Or Kim Jong-un, all these dictators? Because they exude what he thinks in his mind is main character energy. These dudes who are leaders of these countries with all these like assets and resources, and they can just basically do whatever the fuck they want with them over these like cucked namby-pamby liberals who have to care about all the like rules of these institutions. Ugh, disgusting. No, I want to be like a dictator because they can just do whatever they want. Whoa, I just want to do whatever the fuck I want and not have face any consequences for it. That's basically Trump. Like, it's infantile, it's ridiculous, but that's how he genuinely thinks.
Like I was a fortune teller. Like I somehow told the future, and I started believing it.
Something strange is happening in New York City. A new group of voters is emerging, and they're quietly challenging our most basic assumptions about politics.
What box would you put me in? I wouldn't say really any box at this point.
In 2024, New York shifted to the right, more than it had in decades. Just a year later, the city swung back to the left, electing its first ever socialist mayor. But here's where it gets weird. Some of the same voters were part of both waves.
A lot of my voters actually voted for him, and I'm okay with that.
If politics is all about which team you're on, this kind of thing isn't supposed to happen.
Did you see the guy who has a microphone down here?
Vibes, man. It's vibes, dude. That's literally, I've talked about this before, but conservatives are inherently fucking submissive. Servile. They just want to be led. They don't want to think for themselves. They don't want to have any critical ability, mostly because a lot of that has been taken away from them because of cuts to education, but they just want to be led around like cattle. Like, unironically. Like, that's literally it. They just want to be led around like the good little sheep that they always have been. You know, as much as I like to say that the left are sheep, quote unquote, if we're talking about like most fell for it again award havers ever on the planet, conservatives always have the most of the fell for it again awards consistently. Because again, it's an inherently submissive belief. You must always bow down to the sort of leader within power, because that guy's got the riz, the gravitas, and the energy all around him, so you have to inherently follow him.
So who are these voters? What are they after? Are they just outliers? Or are they a preview of whatever comes next? I'm just trying to figure out what's up with these highly weird election results. How you doing?
What's up, man?
You got thoughts on these two?
Let's talk Trump and
Mamdani.
Who the fuck is that?
Finding Trump and Mamdani voters was never going to be easy. You got thoughts on Trump and Mamdani? According to exit polls, about 1 in 10 Trump voters in New York also voted for Mamdani. Hi guys. Which may not sound like a lot, but in politics, those kind of margins can swing elections. Quick question, I got 5 minutes. 1 in 10 New Yorkers who went for Trump also voted for Mamdani. Like, how do you make sense of that?
I have no idea. I definitely did not. It does not make sense.
Time out. So basically, you're a hypocrite at that point. Like, I mean, if you did, there's something you got screw loose. So I go MAGA for a minute?
I mean, here's the thing. Like, again, average normal people are going to say that, and it makes sense. Why? Because they don't understand the concept of, again, the lumpen proletariat. The lumpen proletariat, Marxist term here, is generally speaking segments of the proletariat who are people, generally speaking, who are undereducated, do not have class consciousness, and will actively go against their class interests consistently. Maoists, for example, are generally speaking, these people are the peasants of a society who will have like very little education and just till the fields, and that's like literally it. Maoists think that you can build a political movement, a socialist political movement based off of that, when that's nonsensical. The first requirement to be able to have a successful socialist movement is to educate people and raise their class consciousness, right? Why do you think the Communist Manifesto is a very easily readable pamphlet that Marxists would hand out to the workers? That's why. Because they want people to be able to easily understand the broader sort of complex concepts that Marx was looking to propose in terms of his economic positions and a lot of his political positions as well, for us to a way to improve society. That being, of course, dictatorship of the proletariat, abolition of the commodity form, abolition of the money form, abolition of the state, blah, 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 blah. You know, communism, yada, yada, yada.
Mamdani makes me cry. My friend is Republican goes, that's the line I like. MAGA for Mamdani makes me cry.
Ron Barba is an actor, a stock trader, and the unelected leader of MAGA for Mamdani. I think a lot of people right from the jump, they look at MAGA for Mamdani and it's confusing.
That was the most beautiful thing when I showed up at the rally, is to see the faces. Oh my God, bro.
Oh, hell no.
Boom, a home run right to the get-go.
We had someone come to our Fort Hills rally with a hat.
Yeah, I remember seeing that exact same image. I'm like, I think I spoke with like Boy Meets Minnie saying like, yeah, there was a guy with a MAGA for Mamdani shirt, and I pretty much said the exact same thing that I said before. It's just like, it's all about just energy and sort of like the vibe. Mamdani, like Zoran has the vibe. He has the main character energy. That was the exact same energy that Trump used in order to be able to get into the presidency in 2024. Successfully, of course. Obviously, it was all a lie, and he inherently abandoned it from the beginning because it was always a lie. Trump is a liar. He's always been a liar. Nothing that comes out of his mouth should ever be believed. But again, people are so ridiculously desperate and are ridiculously undereducated to the point that they just want someone to come in and at least improve something. And guess what? Zoran Mamdani has so far been delivering. First 2 weeks of his administration, universal pre-K. Huge policy. And guess what? That's one of his main 3 proposals that is currently off the checklist. And people are all like, look, trust me, this man's approval rating is only going to fucking skyrocket from there. It's insane.
Different news outlets asking me questions about literally that's what I was wondering. Like, is this AI or not? Because you never know these days. But you've heard of ideas. This is real. People taking pictures with me immediately, and people started commenting, this guy's sick, this guy can't be MAGA, what am I looking at? I don't know why it was natural to me. That is where you can go do the psychological, analysis of me.
It's easy to dismiss Ron as an outlier, and in a way, he is. Most Trump and Mamdani voters live in working-class immigrant communities across the city. And many belong to a group that the Democratic Party has been losing for years. What's up, brother? Young men.
I was not born here. I was from Sri Lanka. I just became a citizen today.
Hey, congratulations. If you were a citizen, would you have voted for Donald Trump?
Yeah, absolutely.
And you voted for Mamdani?
Yeah, Mamdani, yeah, obviously.
What's up with that? Help us understand that.
I mean, they both want the same thing, affordability.
Brother, you may need to take a look at the grocery prices, what's going on there, and how Trump has said that affordability is a hoax. But he pretended, again. Here's the thing with a lot of these, like, people, immigrants who generally speaking come in. A lot of them tend to be very conservative. Because they come from very conservative fucking countries. Whoa, shocker, I know. And then they want to bring in their sort of conservative ideology into the more sort of like liberal areas consistently. Not that I'm saying that they should be like, I don't know, kicked out because of their ideology. No, that's nonsensical. It's just to sort of be like, oh yeah, dude, I love, Trump, and I'm a Trump to Zoran sort of voter because of the fact that they talked about affordability when Trump, again, has consistently lied about that shit. It's just that he had the vibe, he had the energy, and it was like unpopular and weird to be a fucking Democrat. Because that was the prevailing attitude during the Biden administration, that being like a Democrat is like cringe, weird, and stupid because, what, you like fucking sleepy Joe Biden and all of this like sleepy weirdos? That's kind of like cringe. Ew, whatever. Like, fuck that shit. And that was one of the main problems with the fucking Democratic Party. If they actually, cared about something and believed in stuff, they could have wrestled the energy away from the Republicans and Trump, generally speaking. I'm not going to say the Republicans. Mostly just Trump here. Because, again, he talked about all these populist issues. He's lying. He's full of shit. He's not actually, going to do any of that shit. The only thing he really was going to be accurate about is deportations of people. He's definitely going to try to deport a bunch of people. Incompetently, of course. But again, he's going to try to fucking do it. And that's generally speaking the main sort of problem here. Trump is a liar, and most people do not understand that politicians very often like to lie.
Affordability. Everybody's talking about it, and in New York, it's impossible to ignore.
New York is expensive as fuck. Let's start with that.
My rent right now is like
True.
4,000 for a 3-bedroom.
4,000 for a 3-bedroom?
Everything's going up. The food's going up. Rich people get rich and poor people get poor.
What's it like raising a family when that's so expensive?
Exhausting.
When I was a teenager, I really bought into this American dream. That small house, family, white picket fence. And the older I got, the more I realized that was reality of the 1950s and 60s, not necessarily anymore.
The servile submissiveness of the fucking fascists who inherently sort of fall for the nostalgia. And when the fascist goes in and, with promises of wanting to bring back that nostalgic time and decides to not do that and make conditions on the ground significantly worse, as was always intended. Again, same thing also happened during Trump 1.0, but again, Americans have the memories of goldfish, and they tend to forget all this shit. Thank you, Ronald Reagan and George Bush, for destroying civic nationalism within the United States of America. Very, very cool. But I digress. The general sort of problem here is the fact that Trump has always made it very clear what he was always about. Always, always, always about. Funneling more power to through tax cuts, through favorable legislation, to who exactly? His rich buddies on fucking Wall Street. His rich buddies in the pharmaceutical industry. His rich buddy in big agriculture. This was always the point. This was always Trump. This has always been the Republican Party. Trump is just the ideological sort of conclusion of that. The naked sort of fascism. Really, there's only one step further they can take at this point to go even further from Trump, and that being Nazism. And that's seemingly the decision that the Republicans are probably going to take. Just outright neo-Nazism. Unironically. That's the only way forward if these people want to be able to maintain any sort of political relevance. And again, I've said this before. These people only care about wanting to submit to a strongman. Lumpen proletariat. No class consciousness, no sort of class education. These people are extremely fucking fickle. Very fucking fickle, and are only just going to follow the main dude who's having the sort of main character energy. That's literally it. What's up, Noah Autos and Alex?
Christian Sparioso has lived his whole life in a rent-stabilized apartment in Queens.
Christian Sparioso? This guy's fucking Slavic. I wonder if he's Serbian. Serbian.
His dad's a cab driver, mom's a house cleaner, and he makes $20 an hour working at his local gym. Christian's politics are complicated.
During the 2016 election,
complicated,
I would watch all of his speeches on TV.
The only people brave enough to vote out this corrupt establishment is you, the American people.
Even though I couldn't vote, I was super fond of him. Trump was the best. He's going to change America for the better. This economy's going to work for everyone.
And we will take back this country for you, and we will make America great again.
When I went to college,
he lied.
I was the president of the Senior College Republicans for a few years. We did a lot of stuff at Turning Point USA. Yeah, so this one, when I got invited to go see.
He did. He had a bunch of them.
I got to see the president speak. I got to meet many folks such as Charlie Kirk, and he's someone who really got me into politics because, freedom. It was just a phenomenal time. And during that.
Yeah, complicated doesn't mean stupid. I agree with that, Alex. But that's, again, This is my sort of broader criticisms and problems that I have with More Perfect Union. Very often, they will infantilize people like this, when you should not be infantilizing people like this. You just call them fucking stupid. Now, I understand why they do this, right? Because otherwise, how are you going to fucking talk with these people and have a show? Okay, sure, fair enough. But ask necessary follow-up questions. Like, very necessary follow-up questions. It's like, why? Like, why do you sort of think these things? Like, you believe in this sort of path before. What led you to essentially believe in this, right? You know, various sort of, like, follow-up questions, but they seemingly never do.
That time in CPAC, every year they have a certain theme.
Let's talk about socialism.
Like, socialism is evil, and I really bought into this. Like, this is like the worst thing ever. Like, some of these countries, like
Socialism.
Scandinavia, like, I thought like they weren't doing.
Yeah. Sweden, socialism. Scandinavia, socialism. Again, peasant brain mentality. That's the sort of problem that we're dealing with here with a lot of these people within the Trump coalition. Because of the fact that education and critical thinking, broadly speaking, is dead within America, these people do not have these sort of proper sort of educational chops to be able to criticize and understand the systems that are fucking them over. And that's on purpose because of Lee Atwater saying that if we continue to have subsidized universities within the United States of America, we risk having an educated proletariat in this country who are more than likely going to rise up and have a socialist revolution within America, which is something we need to avoid. And then education got, well, lost its subsidies. Post-secondary education, that is, specifically. And then George Bush wanted to go after education even further because he just hated kids. There's a really good Some More News by Cody Johnson segment talking about basically George Bush just wanted to see juvenile prisons filled up more and more and more at the behest of his, well, prison company buddies.
So well. When I got to study abroad in Japan for my last year of college, that opened my eyes to how not every country is like America.
What happens when you take the American out of their bubble and put them into somewhere else? By the way, Japan, not really a socialist fucking utopia whatsoever. As Christian over here is going to mention, they have way better fucking healthcare. And getting that fucking healthcare treatment taught this guy, oh, guys, I think America might just really, really despise average working class people. Yes, Christian, they do hate you. George Carlin has said it himself. It's a big club, and you ain't in it.
There's one point in Japan I had to go to the hospital for a medical emergency. They have universal healthcare in which the government pays 70% of the cost, you pay 30% of the cost. It's a done deal. Just out of pocket, I paid somewhere between like 30 to 50 bucks for like full day, and I got world-class care. I'll never forget.
Mm-hmm.
It just goes to show that we're not.
That same visit in America probably would have been thousands, if not tens of thousands.
Number one in many ways. But when it comes to America first and being for the people, I don't think that's work to do. Yeah, I think we have plenty of work to do personally.
Christian first crossed paths with Zoran 2 years ago after a heavy storm flooded his kitchen.
So my roof started leaking. For about 3 months, I would ask my landlord, please fix it. He didn't want to do it because the landlord. Yeah, just the landlord. Kept calling 311, which is.
I'm going to take a guess because Rent Stabilized Apartment wanted Christian here to leave in order to flip that shit to make it no longer rent stabilized. So then you can make a fucking profit. Every single fucking time, dude. Every single time. Oh, I am a conservative and I love America when I don't get affected by my material conditions getting significantly fucking worse. Significantly worse. And now I'm being affected by the fact that my material conditions are terrible now. Oh, well now I'm all of a sudden a fucking socialist. You can't rely on these people to be reliable voters. Like, that's really it. Just peasant brain fucking bullshit. Unironically. This may sound like a stupid question without more info, but don't you think at the end of the day, the rich still holds the power? Fucking chat. I talked about this with multiple rich people in Romania, at least. All of them said it's if it's not worth doing, what they are doing, they will stop doing what they are doing and people can go ahead and create their jobs, etc. They call the shots anyways, IMO. They either move their companies or just fire everyone if it's not worth doing anymore. Like, are we talking about employees creating jobs? Okay, here's the thing. The whole notion that companies, if they have their power challenged and actually get taxed a little bit, tend to move out of those countries is nonsensical. Why don't we take the Nordic countries, for example? I believe per capita, they have the highest amount of fucking billionaires per capita. Yet, they get taxed to shit. But they still have their companies within those countries. Well, why is that? Because here's the thing. Broadly speaking, everyone within that society understands that it's all a ground up. It's not a top-down solution, it's a ground-up solution. Happy workers with a happy life are going to be productive members of society, are going to be productive members in a company. For whatever reason, not for whatever reason, but generally speaking, the rich understand that in the West specifically, they simply just want as much money to be funneled into them as much as possible for it to just sit in an account and basically do absolutely nothing whatsoever. It's like the top 1% of America owns the wealth of about the bottom 50%. This is an obviously unsustainable fucking model. But these people are sociopaths. Unironically, they are just fucking crazy. And billionaires have been threatening to leave New York City. They have not been, right? All of them have said they wanted to fucking leave. Bill Ackman has said he wanted to leave New York if Zoran Mamdani wins. Zoran Mamdani wins and he's immediately groveling at his fucking feet, asking like, how can I help? What can I do? Cucked. Weak. Pathetic. These people are never going to leave a place like New York City in this, well, you know, when we are here now. They're never going to leave New York City because New York is the financial and capital of the planet. They will never, and I mean they will never, leave a city like that because it's way too important for their business. And they know this. And they know the wealth that it can be generated from that sort of, from that city. There's always going to be business opportunities in a place like New York City, important connections that need to be maintained for them to maintain relevance and stay rich. That's generally speaking what it is. Capital flight it's a fucking myth. There are countries that have significantly taxed their rich people way more in comparison to the in comparison to that of the United States of America, and they've not left the country. There's just the evidence of this happening just has not really borne out. Oh yeah, I mean unions are just basically, I mean co-ops are basically when people are allowed to have votes within their business, right? I mean Mondragon is a corporation that is a co-op and is still a successful business to this day.
Just like a city hotline for help, and no one ever responded to me.
But then Christian called up Zoran's office.
A couple days later, an inspector actually came, cited a couple safety violations, and because of the fines that the landlord received, he was forced to fix my leak and provide me more heat. Whoa. And that was the first time a politician actually did something for me.
Guys, it turns out the sort of talking point of Democrats being highly ineffective inner city leaders, quote unquote, by the Republicans is because there are certain unspoken rules amongst these mayors and all these developers. By the way, this also applies to Republicans. Don't forget that there have been Republican mayors of New York who have only either exacerbated these problems or have not dealt with them like the Democrats. There are unsung rules that basically say, like, you don't really try to fuck with the money all that much because, again, we need to make sure that these corporations are highly profitable because if they leave the city, well, we're basically fucked. And they, generally speaking, get kind of afraid about that. Like, that's the main sort of problem there.
I would say when that happens, Zoran, he really earned my respect. He just caught my eye in general. He was pulling out like less than 1% when he started running at the beginning of 2024. And
Okay, well, I think you're making a bit of a conflation there. No autos. A co-op will have, well, people making decisions on like business decisions, or you're gonna have investment within your own company, so you're gonna be more likely to be invested within that sort of company, right? It allows workers to be able to have say within company sort of directions. That's generally how it's supposed to work.
during that first Democratic debate, there was a question that was asked.
The first foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first?
Almost every single one of these candidates said,
I would visit the Holy Land.
I would go to Israel.
Yeah, I'd make my 4th trip to Israel. My goal would be to take...
Yeah, we've talked about this before. Again, this is a 10 out of 10 answer here specifically by Zoran Mamdani. Knocks it out of the fucking park. Because you're the mayor of New York City, why the fuck would you want to go to fucking Israel? Why? You're not the mayor of Tel Aviv. You are the mayor of New York. Silly.
Take my first trip to Israel.
Mr. Mamdani.
Zoran, he was the only candidate that said,
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
and that was the answer that you would think is common sense, but every single one of these candidates said a foreign country, which is just crazy. I admire these folks that go against the grain, and that's part of the appeal of Trump to me initially, how he was considered an outsider.
When Trump won in 2024, Zoran broke from the script again, heading to Fordham Road in the Bronx, a neighborhood that had swung hard toward Trump.
Who did you vote for? Trump. Trump. Donald Trump. I voted for Trump. When I asked those New Yorkers why did they vote for the president, they told me again and again, it's cost of living, cost of living, cost of living.
Him freezing the rent for every rent-stabilized tenant, if he can actually do that, that'd be phenomenal. That would help a lot of people, because a lot of people are getting priced out of the story because of the gentrification, just all over New York. I think economics and affordability, that's what wins elections.
It appealed to you?
Yeah, it appealed to me. Like, I think one of the most conservative things you can do is trying to get people to have a family with no-cost childcare.
No, that's not a conservative thing. Period. End of story. That is a way to address people's material fucking conditions that is inherently left-leaning. The fact that conservatives have made raising a family with no-cost childcare a conservative thing is nonsensical. They have never been for that, ever. Conservatives have consistently made it such that, well, raising a family should be as difficult as possible. Listen, George Carlin, I'm going to say it again. As he said himself before, if you're unborn, you're good. If you're born, you're fucked. But just you wait until you get to military age. Then the Republican Party will start to care more and more about you. Trump's dumbass liked that line. Yeah, your voters voted for me. Yeah, 1,000%. Like, he acts unironically. More Perfect Union played that clip right around the beginning. And here, again, just to mention before, servile, submissive behavior, generally speaking, by these people who flip. People like this are not reliable voters, generally speaking. The fact that this guy can just so easily flip based off of some honeyed words from a politician is not necessarily great. Again, it's to sort of talk about the main sort of problems here, about specifically affordability. The main problem with the Democratic Party is the fact that they just believe in nothing. They just don't believe in anything. That's it. That's literally about it. So the thing is, with Trump, at the very least, speaking to an issue that appeals to people, even though he's fucking lying, we all know he was lying, these people just, generally speaking, are either A, so desperate, or B, so criminally undereducated, or critically undereducated, generally speaking, are going to fall for the honeyed words of a fake populist, right? A fake populist who is promising them something that he knows he's never really cared about or never wanted to see come to fruition within America. He'll pretend to be all for affordability, and then on the next sort of day, we'll say it's a fucking hoax. Unironically, he fucking did that shit. He did that. He has said that affordability is just a hoax, which is why you can't believe anything that comes out of these billionaire fucking populists. The only reason why Trump said all this shit is because he just wanted to get power. That's literally it. Also, what the hell is going on in chat right now? Are we talking about co-ops or something? Yes, capitalists do not want co-ops because it gives more power to the workers. Corporations are inherently a dictatorship. Period. End of story. Just basically saying that co-ops are not necessarily going to be as effective, I think. Is that what you're saying? In my case, I have a team of 4. I don't think my team can vote for certain decisions outside of their specific role. I'm not talking about that. A co-op, basically how it works is it gives people say within the sort of company sort of direction. It gives a lot more control to the workers. Or, it's because think of it this way. The current, Curtis Yarvin has unironically said this. The current makeup of the corporation as it is right now is essentially a dictatorship, with the CEO as the dictator on top and a bunch of the lackeys doing the dictator's sort of will, being the middle managers, the executives, yada, 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 yada. They do the will of the CEO, right? Or the board of directors, or what have you, right? To say that, like, your team of 4 can, you don't think that your team of 4 can vote on certain decisions outside of their specific role is not exactly accurate to how it's supposed to work. And unions give, the point of unions is to help give people more power, right? In negotiations. It doesn't address the sort of like main fundamental relationship within the corporations, but it's essentially something that helps alleviate the problem. Coming to the conclusion that you don't necessarily think that your team of 4 can make decisions or vote on certain decisions outside of their specific role is not exactly accurate to what a co-op is necessarily supposed to be able to obtain. A co-op just means that everyone within that corporation has not only investment in stock within that corporation, they have like some form of investment with their own money into it, but with that investment of that money into that corporation, they have the ability to be able to make more decisions. They can have a vote on something. They can speak with all of the different representatives and all of the different teams within that corporation to be able to pick a direction collectively as a unit to be able to be successful with certain projects or certain sort of business decisions that need to be made. That's the sort of general, way that it's supposed to work. Does that kind of make sense? Yeah, you don't have to have expertise in macroeconomics in order to be able to have an understanding for proposals that people are generally speaking talking with one another, right? And vote on those sort of things. You don't have to be an expert in business administration to be able to make those decisions. You don't have to be. Like Alex is sort of saying here, I don't have expertise in virology, but I can certainly vote people in that do. The point is about giving more power to people to be able to make decisions in their lives, because as it is right now with current corporate infrastructure, and I'm going to quote Curtis Yarvin of all people again, it is currently a dictatorship with one guy on top, that being the CEO or the board of executives, what have you. That's about it. The thing is with these people, it's all about maintenance of a very strict hierarchy where the employees are at the bottom and they can be treated like complete shit however people want. A co-op essentially gets rid of that hierarchy and allows people to be able to make decisions for themselves or have at least a say in a decision, right? That's kind of the point.
Like being able to have a family and afford to have kids, how is that not conservative?
Again, being able to afford a family and have kids is just period, end of story, not a conservative sort of idea. I don't really give much of a flying fuck about any of that shit. It is just not conservative. The idea for people to be able to be able to have kids and be able to raise a family. That's not a conservative idea. That's just what people want to do. People want to be able to have some form of success in their lives, to be able to leave some form of a legacy in their lives through their children or what have you. It's just, broadly speaking, that's not being allowed because there are people within power that don't want that. Very simple.
So these guys Trump them
I'm trying to think, like, is Boy Meets Mini being too aggressive or something? What's going on here? And shut it down. I don't think my team can vote for certain decisions. Okay, well, I mean, we addressed that already. Stop sharing my opinion about this because it's a nuanced discussion. I can't be asked to write an essay because if it's not perfectly aligned with Chite's opinion, I get called names for no reason. It's not productive. Someone doesn't disagree with me, therefore, is a bad person / retard. I think that's a very childish take from Boy Meets Mini. I mean, based off of the sort of, like, position we're operating off of, with the sort of, like, you know, the 4 people on your team, you know, kind of an analogy. It's not exactly accurate to what a co-op is. Like, it's everyone collectively being able to have a say in a decision that a company is going to make. That's generally speaking how the co-ops work.
So these guys, Trump and Mamdani, very different people. They'll talk about affordability. How do you tell who means it and who to trust?
I don't know. Superman and the Justice League ain't real, so like, I don't know who the hell gonna help us for real. There's a lot of politicians, when they get in power, they try to change the course. We just saw that with Trump, right?
I saw very quickly, within like a couple months of his second term in office, how he's not prioritizing the American people. He cares more about bailing out Argentina for however many $1 billion, sending so much more aid to Israel when you have so many homeless people here, people struggling.
This is not synonymous from his first term. Unfortunately, American goldfish brain is something that is very, very prominent, you know? Many such cases. All the Americans in chat can definitely attest to this. Boy Meets Mini, Alex, I know you guys can attest to the sort of disease that is American goldfish brain. He had a... Yeah, he's wearing a Charlie tee. We know this. I've made it... There's a mental note about this. American goldfish brain is a degenerative disease that happens on all Americans because they are some of the most coddled to constituents of people on the fucking planet. Very, very much so. Very coddled to. And unfortunately, well, goldfish brain makes it such that you are very, very easily manipulatable manipulable, rather. Manipulatable. That was correct initially. I'm very good at words. I'm great at this. It makes it such that these people are going to just be inherently certain. Because again, people like Christian and a lot of these Trump to Mamdani voters are just very, very much so just all about going with the vibes. They just liked Trump because he had the main character energy. Now they like Mamdani because he has the main character energy. These people are just servile. Like, that's literally it. They can't think for themselves. It's incredibly fucking irritating. Yeah, 1000%, Alex, yeah? All these Republicans who are anti-Iraq and anti-Bush, all of a sudden, they're okay with an invasion of Venezuela for oil. Tim Pool, Nick Fuentes, conservatives, hypocrites. There isn't a war that they don't like. They always will pivot immediately into neoconservatism when it's convenient for them, especially when their sort of populist right-wing sort of bend is just, well, not very popular.
The economy's not doing good. I'm really hoping Zoran sticks to his promises because I think a lot of Americans are fed up with the two-party system. It seems to be working for the millionaire and billionaire class, the top 1%, as opposed to the shrinking middle class and the working class.
That's been the case for the past 50 years, Christian. I don't know, man. Like, I wish that Americans would just, like, read some more of their own fucking goddamn history because, again, all you have to do is just a tiny bit of reading and you would know that this has always been the intention of America ever since its fucking inception, to serve a very, very small subset of incredibly rich, powerful oligarchs. This has always been the case.
On a cold January morning, Zohran Mamdani stood on the steps of City Hall and promised a new chapter for New York City.
This will not be a tale of one city governed only by the 1%. It will be a tale of 8.5 million cities, each of them a New Yorker with hopes and fears.
It was an ambitious promise that every New Yorker could be an author of that next chapter.
Few of these 8.5 million will fit into neat and easy boxes. Some will be voters who supported President Trump a year before they voted for me.
So now comes the test. Can this coalition of Trump voters, liberals, and socialists actually take on an economic order that's pushed so many to the edge in America's richest city? And what would it mean for the rest of the country if they did?
As Americans, we can realize it's not Republican versus Democrat. It's more like a class war, regardless of your...
Oh, he said the thing. He's saying the line. Therefore, he's going to be an effective soldier against the capitalist powers that be. Oh, soy. He sounds like a Marxist. Says like, I don't know, every dipshit, red fascist, fucking goddamn lefty on the planet. Like ACP types, unironically. It's like, no, man. No, dude. This guy is just the most fickle of fickle voters. They'll just go with a particular vibe. Or not fickle. They just go with a particular vibe. That's like literally it. You have the vibe. You have the main character energy. They go with you. It's peasant brain, unironically.
Political identity, race, religion, gender, the middle class is shrinking, becoming obsolete. Income inequality is getting larger and larger by the year. People are going to unite and say, we're done with this.
For too long in our city, freedom has belonged only to those who can afford to buy it. Our city hall will change that.
That, or we're going to need to send a lot more young men to Tokyo.
Japan, changed
I don't think it's going to
If I didn't go
happen.
there, I don't know how I would be politically. I don't know where I would be in my life. I've always thought like money would buy happiness and all this stuff. And then I realized there's more to life, and how in a country like Japan or some of the Scandinavian countries, they don't have to worry about bills as much. They don't have to worry about medical debt. I got to see it.
It's almost as if they have states, people in power, that are actually interested in serving the people. And that's just not the American state.
This social safety net, I wish folks could go there and see firsthand, and then come back and call me a communist.
I don't know, man. It's just this whole sort of like peasant brain mentality that these people consistently have is just so extremely frustrating in my mind, because it's just like, this has been the history of America ever since its fucking inception. It's always been meant to serve very, very powerful people in particular. Always. And if you just did a little bit of reading of history, you would note that. But people like this generally don't do it because of a lot of complicated reasonings. Mostly because either A, they don't want to, B, it's been basically programmed into them to not look into this history, or C, they're too busy trying to survive in order to learn about any of this stuff. Unfortunately, education within America has now been effectively gatekept behind wealth, which is why it's, broadly speaking, fucking dead. But yeah, what else is there to really say about this? The lumpen proletariat will actively always go against their own class interests, simply just due to the fact that they have been not given the necessary sort of class conscious in order to be able to, well, be more effective advocates for left-leaning fucking populism. Again, there's a reason why most of the proletariat, most of the people who are going to be on the left are educated. There's a reason for this. Because Marx knew that the only way forward is to have an educated, class-conscious, working class people to be able to go ahead and actually bring forth the change that is so desperately needed in the current capitalist paradigm that we find ourselves under. But unfortunately, well, we do not live in that sort of position right now. And because of people like Ronald Reagan and George Bush significantly going after education and destruction of education within the United States of America, it has made it such that the current sort of income inequality and inequality amongst the working class and the upper classes has become as stark as it is, to the point where it is effectively a second Gilded Age within America. Don't think there's really much else to say besides class consciousness and education are really important. Many of these takes come down to moral systems, rights, etc., which are not absolute, so I'm open to hear people out and not treat this as black and white. I mean, sure. I don't disagree with that. But sometimes a lot of things are pretty black and white. You know, Occam's razor and everything. And things are just... sometimes should just be treated as really, really simple. It's just like, yeah, this is just how it is. And these are the main reasons for as to why this thing is sort of like this, right? Yes, capitalism is also a moral system where its guiding morality is profit plus control, which is something that socialists look to take apart and, well, deconstruct, right? Co-ops are the final form of unions. The goal is to phase out Nepo baby leadership and management to allow workers to cooperatively organize the business. It's a huge paradigm shift that's badly needed, but I guess you don't want it because it threatens your authority. I have no idea. I mean, that's like the main reason for as to why a lot of middle management and executives do not like co-op systems, because it, well, destroys the authority that they have. I mean, we know this, right? I've mentioned this before, but the point of what all these like corporations, the rich, what they overall have always wanted is just more power and control to be concentrated under themselves, and they will do anything possible in order to have that be the case. Like I said before, corporations as they are right now, very strict hierarchy with who at the top? The CEO or the board of revelations executives, one of the two. Dude, I'm seeing so many Canadians get significantly more aggressive against Americans. So there's this one dumbass moron American who decided to sig heil for whatever reason, probably because he's 3 IQ and racist. A Canadian in response, I think I just hate Americans. I hate America. I hate all of it. 1776 was a fucking mistake. We should have never surrendered. It would have been a net positive for humanity if we crushed their revolutions and maintained order on this bloody continent. Goddamn, dude. Listen, it's all good. No autos. It's good to have an open mind and try to learn. But yeah, some people are just going to be inherently more aggressive against opinions, especially if you, well, say something wrong. It is what it is. But no, like housing co-ops, businesses being co-ops. If we want to talk about steps forward to be able to significantly improve material conditions for the working class, it is about, as I've been consistently mentioning before, dismantling the current systems of control and hierarchy that are currently in place right now to keep the broader sort of proletariat or workers down. These need to be fundamentally be addressed in order to be able to have more equitable outcomes within society. And a lot of these Scandinavian countries, European countries have done a more significant steps forward to essentially just be like to essentially just be ways to start that deconstruction of the hierarchies that need to be done. Yes, can we end this discussion? Because, hey, like, listen. Co-ops are good. Period, end of story. We want to have, like, basically, like, we want to have, like, significant fucking improvements be made. The best way to go forward right now in the current position that we have ourselves in is to deconstruct the current systems of hierarchy that currently exist. And take steps forward to essentially take that down. And co-ops are a step forward in that sort of, in that direction. No. Not only co-ops, right? The ultimate goal would be to have a broader abolition of the current systems of production that we have right now, because they inherently produce inequitable sort of outcomes. I'm mostly saying that having co-ops is a good step in that sort of direction. It's a good step to be able to have that begin to happen. If we're talking about things that produce more equitable outcomes. Yeah, exactly. Like decouple money from basic necessities, right? Things that have inelastic demand, they should not be for profit, right? Healthcare, that should never be for profit. Water, never be for profit. Housing, never be for profit. Food, never be for profit. We could talk about like restaurants or something, but whatever. That'd be a little different. But listen, publicly run restaurants, I would have no fucking problems with that whatsoever. Well, I mean, we already have an idea of how this is working out. There's examples in India of large agricultural sort of co-ops. There's already example. Mondragon is probably the biggest example of co-ops. The sort of like general issue here, and I don't know if there has to be like a sort of long-term discussion. It's just to integrate more sort of systems of democracy. Let's just say democracy at the workplace is generally the sort of system it would be called. People just being able to have a say within their workplace, you know? Yeah, that's like really about it. And sort of have that system be phased in. Whether that have to be sort of enforced through state power, it could be done through that. It could be Unlearning Economics definitely has a very... I don't know if... Did we look at Unlearning Economics is about this?
Hello, everyone.
I know Unlearning Economics... No, I've not seen this video. But yes, Unlearning Economics does a very, very good job at talking about worker democracy. Talking about how just like anyone else can participate within a democracy to select their world leaders, why can we not do the exact same thing at work as well, which is the place where people spend the most time possible? People also do this at school. They have democracies for their student council, for example, student council presidents. Ultimately, what power they could do. You can have a say in basically anything. Why should there be a limit? Right? Why should there be a limit? Because some people are not qualified? Yeah, and I'm not qualified in virology or epidemiology, but people can still have the ability to be able to vote for those people. Executives are certainly not qualified. Here's a perfect example. Video game executives very often trend chase, and very, very often will try to make the next Balatro, for example, and it never fucking works. And they do a lot of crunch and burnout of a lot of talented developers in order to try to chase the next Balatro, for example. And it always ends up failing miserably. But those guys have the ability to stay on their positions and have power within those companies. Why should they get to stay on? Those guys don't seem to be qualified whatsoever. Yeah, most of the time, like, investors, I don't think should have say within corporations or companies at all whatsoever. They don't understand the dynamics of the market. They just make bets on Wall Street, or for example, right, of a company that's either going to be successful or fail because of a thing, because they just make bets randomly based off of what a dumbass little line might do every now and again. But they have say within corporations. Those guys don't seem qualified either. Those people should be removed from power. The people who spend time at their workplace should be the people making the decisions within that company. You can have like a general sort of like meeting. Again, like Mondragon. Big example. How does Mondragon do it? I'm not 100% certain how Mondragon does it. I'm not sure what the limits they may have, or if they even have limits. We just know that there's already successful examples, plenty of successful examples around the world where this is working. Well, the economist, whatever's like the main accounting individual, I don't know if there's like I don't know if most economists tend to work for large corporations, but probably, I mean, for like the really big stuff, sure. I guess economists would probably work for like really, really big Fortune 500 companies or something. But generally speaking, a lot of like people or the economists may be the main people who sort of like pitch, because now we're going to get into sort of like the minutia of how this would be implemented, right? That's a little different on if it would work long term or whatever. Like, people can make their pitches, right? And just talk about this stuff. But people could still, like, based off of what people are saying, if it's explained well to them, they can make a decision based off of, oh, I think this might be okay for me. Again, like, how are people able to do this in a democracy? How are people able to vote then? And if anything, this would be easier for a lot of smaller co-ops or like for smaller businesses, because you'll have like the owner just come to the I don't know, the small team or whatever, the small amount of employers, and being like, okay, I think this might be a good idea to sort of to do this because I have seen like this sort of TikTok trend is making this product popular. Maybe we should do something like that to make more money. And people can be like, yeah, probably. Or like, nah, maybe we shouldn't do that or whatever. Well, here's the thing. We can't stop most people from being uninformed or just lying, right? Like, if someone does a pitch and they're lying about it, there's nothing you can necessarily do about it. Most people who vote are currently uninformed, but that's because of a lot of reasons. The systems in place are currently designed in such a way to have people to be able to have people be uninformed, be able to vote. They can still vote if they want to, but they're going to make an uninformed sort of decision. Again, lumpen proletariat. Very often, lumpen proletariat are people who are uninformed in their decisions and actively vote against their own interests. And a lot of that is on purpose. Yeah, great point there by Alex. Stockholders can vote in company decisions. But do stockholders understand the sort of dynamics of a business or a market? No, not 100% of the time. Not whatsoever. They don't understand what's going to be effective in a particular sort of business sort of environment within that company or corporation, but they have say. Well, that's a little interesting. Well, why can't they have that say? That's the sort of problem here. Anyway, we've been on this for long enough. I would like to move on and talk about Canada. Oh boy, my favorite country. I love Canada. But no, the Unlearning Economics video on worker democracy is going to be a very, very good sort of explainer for as to how the system would more than likely work. And I mean, a lot of economists have already been saying that it's a broader, overall, better system. It's already been having good appraisals. A lot of data and statistics have been saying that the outcomes of co-ops, for example, have been as successful as most Fortune 500 companies or companies similar of their size. We know the system already works, so it should be applied at a bigger scale. Anyway, we're starting with this. About time this was going to happen, and I'm not generally sort of surprised by the fact that this is occurring. Mark Carney has signaled before that he was interested in meeting with President Xi, my favorite guy, and talking about sort of, well, having more economic cooperation with the Chinese, which I'm all for. I think this is fantastic. This is great. Finally, we can start to separate ourselves from the great Satan, which is America. Fuck you, America. Century of humiliation upon thee, and it's time for the Chinese century of prosperity. Very, very cool. Obviously, similar to Joe Biden, we also had an 100% tariff on Chinese EVs to make it such that, well, American shittier EVs and shittier products can compete within our market. Of course, we decided to go along with the U.S. on that. Thank you, Justin Trudeau. And now we're cutting some of that stuff. But obviously, it's not the only thing that's been happening. A lot more stuff has been happening in terms of things that have been sort of negotiated in these, well, mostly preliminary talks and a big step forward in terms of Canadian sort of Chinese relations. Because people may not know, but we have had a lot of problems with the Chinese. They've kidnapped Canadian citizens before. They have stolen a lot of intellectual property from Canada. There was big Huawei scandals as well, of a lot of data being harvested and collected from Canadian citizens by the Chinese. That's like part of the reason why Huawei is more or less yeeted out of this country. They're probably going to make a bit of a comeback now because of this economic cooperation and the fact that we are now separating more and more from the US. Because this happened during Trump 1.0. CSIS, the Canadian intelligence agency, was talking about and raising the alarm of saying, like, guys, I don't think we can rely on the Americans as much anymore, considering the sort of political situation within there. We really can't rely on these guys anymore. Like, let's be quite honest here, and we need to sort of forge our own path forward, perhaps without the United States of America. Breaking with the United States, again, huge blow, by the way, to the United States' world hegemon status. Like, America is getting more and more left behind than it was already, with the Joe Biden trying to stem the bleeding more and more and more so, with some of the just modicums of change that has been sort of, generally speaking, done by Democratic sort of administrations. Again, they're never going to really fix the problem in particular. They're always going to put band-aids on a gaping wound. Not going to be fundamentally enough. And just wasn't enough. It's now exploded, and now the American decline is fully starting at this point. Breaking with the United States of America, Canada has agreed to cut its 100% tariff on Chinese electric cars in return for lower tariffs on Canadian farm products, Prime Minister Mark Carney said Friday. Carney made the announcement after 2 days of meetings with Chinese leaders. He said there would be an initial cap of 49,000 vehicles or Chinese EV exports coming into Canada at a tariff rate of 6.1%. Growing to about 70,000 over 5 years. China will reduce its total tariff on canola seeds, a major Canadian export, from 84% to 15%. From, I believe, even a conservative MP was saying, like, this is going to be a massive boon for Canadian farmers. This is going to be great. We're going to be able to participate within the Chinese economy yet again, and people are going to be able to buy our products again because we started. And I would say this is probably one of the best things possible that has been done by Mark Carney. That's what it is. Very, very, very good. Also, no autos. I didn't delete any of your messages. That was probably Blooming's Mini who did that. I'm trying to move on from the topic now in particular. Like, we could spend all eternity talking about this. Co-ops, generally speaking, have had more equitable outcomes for people. Broadly speaking, there's been studies done into this. Economists have said that in terms of the sort of myth that the sort of the main hierarchical structure that corporations generally exist in now performs better than that of co-ops, there's evidence to say that that's not really been the case whatsoever. Like, I'm on the left. I care more about producing more equitable outcomes for as many people as possible. Anyway, that's why I, generally speaking, think co-ops are a better system going forward. Anyway, and what that can exactly work, how that exactly works out, can be like quibbled about. You can make the argument that small businesses are already like worker co-op, like sort of like mom and pop stores are already worker co-ops. They always talk with one another. It depends on the dynamics. Like, it's complicated, There's no way of knowing, like, no one can give, like, a perfect prescription on, like, everything, but we can just say, like, it's probably better to have it run like this in comparison to the main sort of, like, dictatorial way it's being run right now. That's the general sort of position I have. I don't like liking politicians, if you say so. Daho on the Carney train. You should not like Mark Carney. Mark Carney's pretty shit, I'll be quite honest, Alex. He is governing very, very conservatively. His most recent budget bill was a very, very modest, very conservative proposal. He's not particularly great, to be quite honest. But listen, as has been ordained, Mark Carney had the mandate of heaven to beat Pierre Poilievre. He now has the mandate of heaven to restore Chinese-Canadian relations. Our relationship has progressed in recent months with China. Is more predictable, and you see results coming from that. There's a Bell of the Fifth Column video talking about this specifically, where there was, broadly speaking, this was meant to be a very beneficial sort of talking between the Chinese and, well, us, the Canadians, because there was already sort of a bunch of talks before, probably in secret, because, I mean, Mark Carney has said that, initially he said on the debate stage that China is the biggest threat to Canada, but I think he was more than likely saying that because he was hedging his bets, saying, like, maybe Trump will not be as insane as he is. Clearly, that's not bearing out, because that was said right around the beginning of the Trump administration. It's like, maybe there will be moderating forces within the White House who will moderate the impetuousness of Donald Trump. Okay, that's not the case. Whatever. We were trying to keep our sort of door open here to try to appeal to the U.S. They've threatened us multiple times. Trump has done 51st state talk, again, like not that long ago. It's clear that the United States is making the decision at this point in time to not want to move off of the sort of insanity. It's time for us to sort of make our own decisions on our own, which is good, by the way. And I've said this before, we should have closer relations with the Chinese, the Europeans, Mexico, the rest of South America, Africa. Just talk with everybody. Exclude the US. Make them more isolated. This would be really, really great. It's great. Yeah, having a demented toddler threatening World War III with NATO? Yeah, totally. Absolutely. We don't want that smoke. Fuck you guys. Listen, I've even said this before. I've advocated this. Put Canada into the fucking EU. Fuck it. Why not? Who gives a shit? We have way more in common with the Europeans. And I don't know if it's 100% a very, very popular position amongst Canadians. But I think a bunch of Canadians would not mind that. To be like, yeah, sure, fuck it. Why not? We can have, like, I don't know, way better European regulations and policies in comparison to the, I don't know, dog shit, laissez-faire shit that we have here. I mean, they're going to have to deal with Alberta and the prairie states being conservative MAGA wannabes, but that's not the worst. They already have Hungary anyways. Carney hasn't been able to reach a deal with U.S. President Donald Trump to reduce some tariffs that are punishing some key sectors of the Canadian economy, and Trump has previously talked about making Canada the 51st state. Again, at this point, what Canada is saying is like, we can't trust you guys because you guys keep saying a bunch of fuck shit. Fuck you. We're going our own way. Trump commended Carney for making a deal with Beijing. Well, it's okay. That's what he should be doing, and it's a good thing for him to sign a trade deal. If you can get a deal with China, you should do that. I think I have the exact clip here. Yeah, right here.
Mr. President, Prime Minister Carney is in China. Prime Minister Carney is in China. How do you see the deals Canada and China have just trade deals between the two partners?
Well, that's okay. That's what he should be doing. I mean, it's a good thing for him to sign a trade deal. If you can get a deal with China, you should do that.
So, yeah, the big man himself doesn't really seem to give a shit about it. So that's cool. U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer earlier told CNBC Canada's decision to allow Chinese EV imports at a low tariff is problematic and that Canada may regret that in the long term. I think Trump has also said the exact same fucking thing, but I don't know why Trump is saying this now at a gaggle or some shit before entering. What's the name of, like, the helicopter that takes the president to Air Force One. I don't remember exactly, but before he goes on like the fucking helicopter or whatever the fuck, that doesn't really matter. I remember the name of the limo, and I remember obviously Air Force One. It's the Beast in Air Force One, but there's also the helicopter that's like super fucking crazy. Air Pedo One. Yeah, might as well fucking call it that if it's taking Trump around. But yeah, there's like, we're cutting you guys out because Chinese EVs way fucking better. BYD way fucking better in terms of cost. Basically half that of a fucking Tesla. In terms of technology used, way better than that of fucking Tesla. It turns out Elon is an incompetent dumbass who's just like a soy Redditor fucking loser who does not know how to make anything if he, I don't know, like stepped into it or whatever. Or like accidentally like tripped over it or some shit. What's like the other like Chinese vehicles as well? It's like Xiaohui or something. Xiaohui? It's Xiao something. It's Xiao something. I don't know if our resident car expert Boy Meets Mini is here, but it's BYD and Xiao something. I'm really bad with names. I always forget. Xiaomi. Thank you, Alex. Yeah. It's Xiaomi. Listen, racist, leftist, white streamer. I can't believe my heckin' white leftist streamer is as racist as he is. He would not remember glorious Xi Jinping's electric vehicle brand name. Whatever. Yeah, there's like Xiaomi. I think it's like a more luxury sort of vehicle. And the technology and the sort of manufacturing, the quality of them are just so much better in comparison to that of whatever like swap Americans make. Like, again, most recent vehicle that Elon Musk made was the fucking Cybertruck, and that thing's a pile of garbage. Earlier Friday, Carney and Chinese leaders Xi Jinping pledged to improve relations between the two nations after years of acrimony. That's the term. Xi told Carney in a meeting at the Great Hall of the People that he is willing to continue working to improve ties, noting that talks have been underway on restarting cooperation since the two held an initial meeting in October on the sidelines of a regional economic conference in South Korea. Yep. Carney also took part in those economic trade talks when the U.S. was like visiting all of the Pacific, South Asian states, all the different ASEAN countries. That's the name of it. Carney also tagged along as well, not with Trump, but separately, obviously, to talk more than likely with the Chinese and probably also with the Japanese and the Koreans as well. Carney said that this agreement will drive considerable Chinese investment in Canada's auto sector, creating good careers in Canada and accelerating our progress towards a net zero emissions future in the auto industry of the future. Now, here's the thing. A lot of people have, I think, some potentially correct criticisms here about how the Canadian auto industry may be undercut because of this investment. A lot more Canadian sort of union papers have been saying, like, this could be potentially good depending on the tenets of the deal, right? Because, again, open free trade agreements have been done like this in the past at the, of course, sort of detriment of workers and the benefit of the corporations on top, as we all know. Yes, China does not treat unions and co-ops particularly well. Marxist trade unions get cracked down with in China constantly. Marxist-Leninists, you guys should fucking pay attention. China simps, you guys should fucking pay attention. Yep, doesn't serve the one China policy. You're fucking gonzo. Marxist fucking trade unions, you're fucking gonzo. If it doesn't serve the purview of the state, you're fucking goddamn gonzo. It's almost as if, again, concentrating as much power as possible within the state is not necessarily a good thing, right? 1000%. The only reason why I think this is generally speaking a good thing is because we're cutting out the Americans, which we've should have done fucking ages ago. Dying empire? Fuck that. Why don't we just start talking with a bunch of other people and building more economic cooperation with a bunch of other people instead? Because fuck the Americans, they have proven themselves to be utterly fucking belligerent and not trustworthy. Nelson Weissman, professor emeritus of political science at University of Toronto, called Friday's deal good for both China and Canada. Canada is diversifying its bets economically, Weissman said, and China is succeeding in driving a small wedge between Canada and the U.S. Total Chinese victory. Top shi, top shi, top shi. It's not really much else you can really fucking say about this. Like, it is what it is. Carney, the first Canadian Prime Minister to visit China in 8 years, told Xi that better relations would help improve a global governance system that he described as under great strain. Yeah, he mentioned something about there being the New World Order. And I mean, by the way, Carney is correct when he's saying this. This is a step forward towards a New World Order, to a more multipolar sort of world. Now, I've made the argument that that might not necessarily be a good thing, considering the current hyper-capitalist paradigm and economic situation that we find ourselves under. It might not necessarily be as good to have a multipolar system. Again, the Cold War was a multipolar world, and we all know the sort of problems that had in sort of general global tensions. Like I've said before, what is more than likely the best way forward is to have a general sort of world where everyone is able to participate with one another, together, and be able to economically cooperate with one another. But we don't necessarily live in that. We live under the sort of purview of nation states, and nation states obviously have interests, all about pursuing their own interests above all. Like, let's be honest here. The sort of point of the nation state, as Marx has said, it's merely meant to be a third wheel that's meant to just exist for the sake of existence, right? To do away with it would be beneficial, obviously. It's just that we don't necessarily have the conditions to be able to do away with the purview of the state. Not, well, for the time being, obviously. But more economic cooperation, I would generally say, is a good thing. You know, shutting people out at the behest of the interests of a dying fucking empire is fucking stupid. Shacking up with the United States, which has been, broadly speaking, a pretty shitty fucking partner for a long time, at this point, is, I would say, generally speaking, a good thing. And it's been made fairly clear that because of the own internal, unstable economics within the United States of America, concentrating so much wealth and power to the wealthiest few within that country has made it such that, the sort of material conditions and the people within there are in such an unstable fucking position that the country itself might potentially fucking collapse. And us sort of diversifying our bets and looking to talk with other people is the way forward now. It's like we can't just rely on America anymore. Like, look at where it's gotten us. Relying on America has basically produced the worst economic outcomes recently known of in this fucking country. Like, the economy in Canada, fucking terrible. And that's all because we've been shacked up to America for the past 10 years. It's been terrible, broadly speaking. Well, a little longer than that. And also, by the way, if we're talking about the USMCA and that being fucking violated, Trump's already fucking violated the USMCA. That shit's basically over, and that's the deal that he negotiated himself. So, whatever. Stupid, irrelevant fucking deal. Why deal with that shit anymore? Later, you said at the news conference that the system may give way, at least in part, to country or regional agreements rather than the global ones that have underpinned economic growth in the post-World War II era. The question is, what gets built in that place? How much of a patchwork is it, he said. The new reality reflects in large part the so-called America First approach of Trump. Yeah, it turns out isolationism's kind of bad, guys. The tariffs he has imposed have hit both the Canadian and the Chinese economies. Carney, who has met with several leading Chinese companies in Beijing, said ahead of his trip that his government is focused on building an economy less reliant on the U.S., thank fucking God, at what he called a time of global trade disruption. Thank fucking God. I mean, this is basically this is Mark Carney's sort of shtick. This is his wheelhouse. He was Canada's fucking top banker. during the 2008 recession. The reason why we didn't do as terrible in the 2008 recession was because of Mark Carney. And he was also brought in by the British to also, well, economically fix their problems as well. A Canadian business owner in China called Carney's visit game-changing, saying it reestablishes dialogue, respect, and a framework between the two nations. These three things we didn't have, said Jacob Cook, the CEO of WPIC Marketing Plus Technologies, which helps exporters navigate the Chinese market. The parties were not talking for years. Yeah, because we decided to hedge our bets, say like, we'll be over Trump and then everything's probably going to be stable with the United States, so it should be okay. Thank you, Trudeau, for doing that. Obviously, that failed miserably, and Carney's making the correct decision of saying like, yeah, fuck what Trudeau was doing. That guy's a fucking dumbass, shacking up with the U.S. Obviously, that shit was not going to work, and everything's incredibly unstable there. Dying fucking empire. Canada had followed the U.S. in putting tariffs of 100% on EVs from China and 25% on steel and aluminum under former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, Carney's predecessor. Very fucking stupid of Trudeau to do that. Did that for no reason. Then China responded by imposing duties of 100% on Canadian canola oil and meal and 25% on pork and seafood. Well, that's going to be great for all the Canadian farmers and fishermen that we got. It added a steep tariff on canola seeds last August. Collectively, the import taxes effectively closed the Chinese market to Canadian canola. An industry group has said overall China's imports from Canada fell 10.4% last year to 41.7 billion, according to Chinese trade data. Carney tried to address the concerns of Canadian automakers and auto workers by saying the initial cap on Chinese EV imports was about 3% of the 1.8 million vehicles sold in Canada annually, and that in exchange, China is expected to begin investing in the Canadian auto industry within 3 years. By the way, we have had very little American EV fucking sort of investment, right? Tesla, do they produce here in Canada? Fuck no. But Elon is just allowed to sell at this point less and less EVs because Canadians fucking hate Elon Musk and we really hate the United States. So Tesla sales have been dropping significantly. And yeah, and American EVs are just fucking terrible. They're just awful in comparison to that of the Chinese. So yeah, sure, if you flooded it all in a bunch of Chinese EVs eventually, yeah, sure, it could be a bunch of problems, with our auto fucking market, but honestly, fuck that. American vehicles are shit, dude. Let us import, better fucking vehicles. Sort of non-American vehicles. I don't want fucking Fords. Fuck Ford. Fuck you. You suck. What other American vehicles are there that exist? They all fucking are dog shit. Give us more Chinese vehicles. Give us more fucking European vehicles, honestly. I don't know how many European EVs there are or how many, Japanese EVs there are, but they're probably going to be significantly better than that of American EVs, because they're just terrible. Terrible. Sold annually in Canada. China's expected to begin investing in that within 3 years. We're building a new part of our car industry, building cars of the future in partnership, bringing affordable autos for Canadians at a time when affordability is top of mind, and doing it at a scale that allows for a smooth transition in the sector, he said. We're going to get to fucking Dougie here is obviously fucking mad about this. Ontario is the primary auto manufacturer within Canada, but Doug, you ain't got shit to say when the economy right now in Ontario is terrible. We perform the worst in terms of healthcare in the goddamn country, and we are the biggest state. We are the biggest province. We have the least investment within healthcare. Very, very cool, Doug. All because you want to give a bunch of money to your fucking stooges. Very, very stupid. Now, it's true, the Prius. I forgot about the Prius. It's a hybrid. I mean, it was one of the first hybrids, by the way, right? The Prius. It's pretty good. Ontario Premier Doug Ford, leader of Canada's most populous province where the country's auto sector is based, blasted the deal. Make no mistake, China now has a foothold in the Canadian market and will use it to their full advantage at the expense of Canadian workers. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, we'll get to more of what Ford is saying. I have that open. China is hoping Trump's pressure tactics on allies such as Canada will drive them to pursue a foreign policy that is less aligned with the United States. Carney, though, noted Canada's relationship with the U.S. is much more multifaceted, deeper and broader. Canada and China have different systems and disagree on issues such as human rights, of course. He said limiting the scope of their engagement, even as they seek to cooperate on areas of common interest. Again, the reason why we're doing this is because we're trying to diversify our economic portfolio. Like I said, more talks with a bunch of other nations should be done. Do more talks with... maybe not. I was going to say the Indians, but I'm just like, maybe not the Indians. The RSS are roving bands of fucking marauders and terrorists who have assassinated our fucking civilians. So, maybe not the Indians. I don't think that's going to really work for us. More talks with European countries, deepening economic ties. More talks with South American countries, with Brazil specifically. I think that'd be really, really good. With Mexico as well, and Central American countries. Squeeze the U.S. out of all this. They honestly, if Donald Trump wants to be as America first as he wants right now, fuck it. You know what? All right, fine. You want to be isolationist and you don't want to participate in the global economy? Okay, fine. Have that. You know, sit in your fucking like shit and feces in the little corner and like I don't know, pretending to play with like your little fucking toy cars or some shit. Fuck you, America. The Canadian leader leaves China on Saturday and visits Qatar on Sunday before attending the annual gathering of the World Economic Forum in Davos. Next week, he will meet business leaders and investors in Qatar to promote trade and investment. Good. Talk with more people. That's what I have to say. Talk with way, way more people. So, we're going to get to the conservative responses about this. Here's Mark Carney talking about how this is going to set us up well for a new world order. Again, as being said here, this is what a global pivot looks like.
And I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well for the new world order.
Very deliberate language. This is going to trigger the absolute fuck out of all the conservatives. And speaking of triggering the absolute living fuck out of the conservatives, we have Pierre Poilievre. Prime Minister Carney must explain how he has gone from saying China was Canada's biggest security threat before the election to announcing a strategic partnership with Beijing after the election. It's because Carney at that point was trying to hedge his bets, saying like, maybe Trump's not going to give in to his worst impulses and can it with the fucking 51st state talk and try to make a deal with us. He has not done any of that stuff. And he has continued with the 51st state talk. So they get cut out now. Time to have, I don't know, a reopening of the dialogue with the Chinese now instead. Yeah, sure. We've had problems with the Chinese. Lots of tensions there. Lots of fucking spying and shit like that within Canada done by the Chinese, right? And sort of like speculative real estate investments that have been done by Chinese billionaires, which has caused a big problem within our housing market. Something that you contributed to, of course, Pierre, but whatever. Reopening the relationships with China is just good. Just hedging our bets only on the US, going back to fucking normal, but then again, you're like MAGA light and you want to suck Donald Trump off, is just generally speaking good. This is going to play very, very well in the mind of Canadians because, I don't know if you know this, we really fucking hate Trump and the Americans right now. We really do not like, well, maybe not most individual Americans, but all the fucking MAGA asshats, we fucking hate those guys. We want to give them the fucking big old middle finger. No more Mr. Nice Canadian over here, okay? No more of that bullshit. We've had enough of this dumbassery, this like tomfoolery the Americans are generally just doing for like literally no reason. But since you have to rely on Trump to maintain any sort of fucking relevance, politically speaking, and generally speaking, the only reason why you have to stay in the seat of power that you have right now as the conservative leader is because if you step down, that gives an opening for the People's Party of Canada to start carving away at the constituency of the Tories, of the Conservative Party, of course. And it's going to be really, really difficult for the Conservative Party to be able to sort of take care of that problem. Even though, like, a lot of people within Canada do not like Pierre Poilievre because he's just like, just a very, very odious annoying, nerdy fucking loser. He's trying so hard to be the main character, but he always comes out looking like the Ron DeSantis fucking goofball nerd-ass loser that he always has been. His agreement will allow 50,000 EVs onto our streets, jeopardizing our security and auto jobs. Sure, man. Yeah, totally. Because we have so many fucking Tesla auto plants and Canadian workers working at Tesla auto plants building American EVs. Sure, man. Totally. This follows him breaking his promise to negotiate a win and get a deal with the U.S. by last July. No, the U.S. was never interested in having a deal with us. Mark Carney made proposals that would have appealed to the U.S. Trump said, no, fuck you. Because all of his sycophants currently in power hate Canada. Because they hate democracy. They hate liberal democracy. These, like, sycophantic fucking weirdos. And again, I'm going to point at the Signal group chat that between all of these, like, morons, when they struck the Houthis within Yemen, they consistently talked about how they hated democracies within Europe. They consistently fucking talked about how much they hated bailing out the fucking Europeans. What's to say that they wouldn't say the same thing about us? Yeah. I don't fucking trust these motherfuckers one fucking second. Despite giving $1 billion taxpayer loan for Beijing to build our ships, there's no guarantee that tariffs on canola and other Canadian goods will be permanently, immediately, or completely eliminated. Well, apparently some of your MPs seem to disagree with that, Pierre Poliev, because I forget the name of it, but there's like the David Dole videos talking about this, but there's been conservative MPs saying like, this is great. Carney lifting these tariffs to allow my constituents to be able to sell canola again, this is fantastic. I guess people within your party seem to disagree with your position here, Pierre. Well, that's a little interesting. And other Canadian goods will be permanently, immediately, or completely eliminated. Meanwhile, Canadian pork farmers will keep paying the 25% tariff, but that's been lifted. He's just lying here? I think he's just lying here. It's time for Canadians to have a government that will put our country first and protect our security, our jobs, and our sovereignty. Well, apparently that's not the case because your dumbass lost your riding in fucking Carleton. In Canada, Carleton, buddy. So funny, dude. And I, unironically, worked as a fucking poll clerk there in that riding. Not as fucking conservative as the Conservative Party like to pretend that it was. I mostly worked in the Canada part that was, so. Anywho. Enough making fun of Pierre Poliev. He's stupid and irrelevant. Who cares about him? He's a dumbass. Dougie, my fucking goddamn premier, who's running this fucking province into the ground with his stewardship, quote unquote. As David Dole, I think, very accurately puts, you've devastated healthcare, education, and housing while wasting $112 million on commercials in 1 year. Remember that Ronald Reagan fucking commercial? That was this guy, and obviously no one gave a shit about it. Thank you, Doug Ford, for wasting taxpayer dollars on a fucking ad buy in the United States of America. Hand over $1 million to your friends through the SDF, and now you're on a 4-month vacation. You're an embarrassing, bubbling, gravy train loving, corrupt clown. Oh, that's only scratching the surface on a lot of Dougie's sort of corrupt dealings. Let's not even forget about the Greenbelt scandal. He's had so many fucking corruption scandals that the Conservatives would have made a complete fucking mess about it if the opposition party had it. And would have basically completely tanked the Premier's sort of position. Like, again, what tanked the Liberal Ontario Party of Liberals within this province was the teachers' scandal, right? The teachers' union strike that happened. It was a big one. Happened all across across the province. It was also affected when I was in university as well. I remember this very fondly. A lot of the TAs were on strike, like, all the fucking time. That pretty much sunk the Liberals. Like, they are no longer a relevant force within Ontario fucking politics. Make no mistake, China now has a foothold in the Canadian market and will use it to their full advantage at the expense of Canadian workers. I mean, it depends on how the deal is negotiated. But so far, all they did was it's just the tariffs got taken down. That's literally it. If it's the companies and the corporations, which you already fully benefit all the time through your constant cutting the social safety nets, the threadbare social safety nets that exist in this fucking province, and also terrible healthcare outcomes. But I digress. That's current conservative governance under Doug Ford. Like, to say that sort of it's going to be an inherent sort of cutting down on American auto manufacturing within Ontario is fucking nonsensical. Again, I've said this before. There's no Tesla auto plants that exist within Ontario. Not that I know of. I don't think there's any auto manufacturing happening there. The federal government is inviting a flood of cheap, made-in-China electric vehicles without any real guarantee of equal or immediate investments in Canada's economy, auto sector, or supply chain. Worse, by lowering tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles, this lopsided deal risks closing the door on Canadian automakers to the American market. Good. That's kind of the point. You just want more like Tesla fucking Cybertrucks, those fucking piles of garbage. More Tesla fucking slop, more America slop. Personally, I've said this before, we should be cutting out as much America slop as possible, because there's a reason why a lot of Canadians, well, Europeans and Japanese people do not want to buy American fucking dog shit, because people want their local stuff because they know it's just made better. They like buying local because it's generally going to be cheaper to buy local. And also, people generally speaking know that American-made products are just of poorer quality because of the non-existence of regulations of American fucking products, whether it be their food, whether it be their vehicles, whether it be all the different products that they make. It turns out the laissez-faire attitude and regulation that the Americans have had is, well, making it such that it is fucking dog shit, and they are going to have a lot more fucking problems in terms of being able to participate within an export economy, which Donald Trump so desperately wants to build. The only EV maker here that's innovating on stuff is Lucid. Crazy tech on those cars. Like the world's most efficient motors. 80K starting though. Damn. They probably are going to have a lot more they're probably having a lot more problems because of just the general sort of terrible state of the American economy. But, you know, it's good to know. Our largest export destination, which would hurt our economy and lead to job losses. To fix this mess, Prime Minister Mark Carney and the federal government needs to urgently step up and support Canada's Ontario's auto sector. How about no? You've already fucked over our economy with all of your corrupt dealings with all your fucking buddies. It's already fucking cooked here. No, go fuck yourself. You should get cut off as well. What, you want to get, like, for all this talk and bluster that this motherfucker does consistently about Trump trying to fuck over Canada all the time, Ontarians, you should be fucking paying attention to this stuff. Now you want to seem to get real close and buddy again all of a sudden with the Americans after all that big man fucking talk? You just want to do that sloppy toppy and give that nice sort of, sucky to the Americans yet again. Again, consistently, these people are all just submissive fucking losers. That means making the sector more competitive by ending the electric vehicle mandate. Yeah, dude. I don't know, making more gas guzzlers and dog shit SUVs and pickup trucks is totally going to help Ontario's fucking economy, bro. Sure. Harmonizing regulations with key trading partners and scrapping federal fees that do nothing but add thousands to the cost of making vehicles and chase away investments. Guys, we need to keep investing in a dying form of industry. Let's go, because my buddies give me money. Let's go. Instead of importing made-in-China vehicles, the federal government needs to be focused on working with Ontario to bring investment and jobs to factory floors in Brampton, Oshawa, Ingersoll, and across the province where assembly lines are at risk or have already left the country. Why don't we just transition the economy then from, instead of auto manufacturing, you dumbass, to a more service economy or something? Transition it from fucking manufacturing, you dumbass. Again, this cuck mentality all these stupid nostalgia cuck conservatives always have. Like, we need to return with a V. We need to return to a better time where auto manufacturing was the main thing that made the world go round. Stupid. I fucking hate this shit, man. Whether farmers or auto workers, Canadians expect and deserve a federal government that gives them every shot at success. I'm urging Prime Minister Carney to work with Ontario to strengthen Canada's auto industry, not weaken it. Together, let's protect Ontario and protect Canada. Yeah, yet this guy gets a bunch of money from all these dumbasses. Fuck you, Doug. Like, you are currently running the province into the ground with your terrible fucking policies and your corrupt dealings. What else does there really say? Chinese century of prosperity, American century of humiliation, top sheet, Carney with the mandate of heaven, reopening negotiations and relationships, with the Chinese. I think it's just a good step forward. Diversify the economic portfolio, because again, it turns out relying on the balkanizing, dying empire that is the United States of America is leading us nowhere, and holy shit, it has been a complete disaster for us. We have been trying to negotiate a trade deal with the United States for the past year at this point. Trump is not interested in it, seemingly, and still wants to do 51st fucking state talk. Yeah, at this point, you cut him off and you move on and you try to look for differing investments. This is what a sensible position looks like. This is reasonable. It makes sense to me to be able to do this. And again, like I said before, the only way the Americans are going to learn a lesson is if it hits their fucking pocketbooks. So they should be completely, and I mean completely, cut out. If Trump wants an America first, isolationist, economic, populist agenda so bad, okay, you're not allowed to participate then in the global economy anymore. And everyone should just cut them out. Cut them out. Sure, largest import consumer market on the fucking planet, but we can compensate for that. That's totally okay. But yeah, I don't think there's really much else to say besides this is a positive step forward for Canada. Trump can suck my fucking dick. We hate him. Canada fucking hates him. And as far as we're concerned, this is probably one of the best things that Mark Carney has been saying he was looking to do, and has finally decided to go ahead and, well, reopen relationships with China. Chinese century of prosperity. It's here, folks. Oh, Boy Meets Minnie and Alex. You guys missed some dumbass who decided to come in here and basically try to post about why do leftists hate combat sports so much. And I tried to engage with the topic honestly. It's like, yeah, it's a cultural problem. Like that's really all that it is. That's the main problem. And the dude just like basically soyed out. Like unironically. Just like soyed out, shit his pants, and just acted really, really fucking weird. It's just like, okay, man. Totally, bro. On Twitch, dude posted like he was just like, oh yeah, it's all about the reason why people, why young men need to do more combat sports is because it's all about the expression of individual skill. And yeah, it's just like, sure, man. And literally, I just asked him like one thing. I'm like, dude, do you watch, like, are you a fan of Fight Club or something? And he's just like, oh, look at this fucking leftist trying to shit on MMA. I got him triggered in like 2 minutes. And just like started like laughing maniacally. It was really fucking weird. I'm just like, I just wanted to ask you a question, man. Like, okay. Then he posts some random video that's supposed to explain this shit. I'm like, dog, I don't really fucking give a shit. Like, I don't care about like whatever weird hype aura farming moment that you're trying to like do right now. You're really cringe and fucking weird, bro. It was very strange. it was weird. I don't know why it was done like that. I'm just like, okay, well, you're just a fucking weirdo, bro. And I'm going to move on with my life. Yeah, that's kind of the sense I also got. Like, just with that analogy with, like, the 4 people, it's just like, well, that's not like, who the fuck knows how exactly every single business, every single team is going to be organized? I don't really, I can't tell. All I fundamentally care about is having co-op systems be implemented as much as fucking possible to produce more equitable outcomes for people. That's what matters the most, is producing more equitable outcomes. But I don't know, we want to hyper-fixate on like a team of 4 people or something. Small business there, like why not just hire like a set of 4 people in order to do that? It's just like, to do a particular task, it's just like, I don't know, man. There's like so many different factors. Like what if you can't afford to hire those 4 people to do that task? Why not just like discuss as a collective for the broader success of your business instead? Who cares if people don't have knowledge on something? Most people are allowed to vote in democracies and they have no idea about most of the stuff that they vote for. Like, that's it. It's all about presenting these things in a easy package for people to understand. That's how it works. Same thing would happen within a worker co-op as it would within democracy. It's one-to-one. There's a reason why it's called worker democracy. Right out to Echoplex. Alright, dorks. Raid messages. You know what to do and what to say. Transfer out to the Hall Buff if you're a sub. If you're not sub, you do the why we did the Hall Buff. That's how we show appreciation. Those who are into case gamers, I will be back tomorrow. I will be continuing with our misadventures, I suppose. Very, very cool. Very good. We love our misadventures. And whatnot. And more Factorioing. Anyway, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.
And all that, we're up there be like, hey man, you need to go get some fucking help or something, man. You need to find somebody or any of your family available. Like, can you put me in touch with any members of your family? And all the chemtrail people that were never making fun of Michael J. Murphy, they were like, oh, I don't know, man, they used the mind control ray on you, or this isn't really Michael Murphy, this is a clone and shit.